Hola, sí, sí, ei, a. Hola, sí, sí, a. Vaya tralla que hi ha aquí. No. Hola, sí, a. Hola, sí, sí, ei, a. Hola, sí, a. Sí, ei, a. Sí, a. Hola, sí, a. Hola, sí, ei, a. Hola, sí. Una tralla que hi ha, nano. Hola, sí, a. Sí, ei, a. Sí, va. Sí, a. Sí, a. Sí, a. Sí, va, a. Hola, hola, sí, a. Sí, a. Hola, sí. Sí, ei, a. Hola, hola. Sí, a. Sí, ei, a. Sí, a. Hola, hola. Mana? Sí, a. Sí, a. Hola, sí, ei, a. Hola, hola, sí, a. Sí, a. Hola, hola, sí, ei, a. Hola, sí, va. Sí, va. Hola, sí, va. Sí, va, a. Hola, sí, ei, a. Sí, va, hola. Sí, a. Hola, sí, ei, a. Hola. Hola, sí. Sí, hola, benvinguts. Hola, hola, sí. Hola, sí, benvinguts. Un any més. És. Hola, sí, ei, a. Digue'm, Marc. Hola, sí, ei, a. Hola, sí, va. Sí, ei, a. Hola, sí, ei. Hola, sí, va. Sí, va, a. Ah, claro, esto es también. Hola, sí, ei. Hola, sí, a. Sí. Hola, streaming. Hola, sí, ei, a. Hola, sí, va. Sí, va. Hola, hola. Hola, sí, ei, a. Sí, va. Hola, sí, ei, a. Hola. Sí, benvinguts. Hola, hola, sí, va. Sí, va. Hola.
disciplina, tots aquests valors que comporta el cant coral, a través del projecte Clavi 21 els fem arribar a nens i nenes de barris de situacions en risc d'exclusió i han crescut notablement aquest 2015, fins a són 63 cors i representen 1.200 cantaires que cada setmana treballen amb professors, amb directors d'aquí, de l'Orfeó Català, que o venen aquí a la nostra seu o es desplacen allà a les escoles o als centres oberts en els quals treballen. La programació artística de la Fundació, xifres del
France, j'ai
Ouais, mais moi, je vais pas faire ça, je te préviens.
pas faire Superman à la descente là.
J'ai pas envie de finir dans un trou. Hein.
Non, mais sur les fesses, ça va bien.
Puis après, il y a
On a regardé Plus belle la vie.
voilà.
Nickel.
Tu l'as goûté, dis-moi qu'elle est bonne.
Ouais, nickel.
«1864 és la data del primer rècord al Mont Blanc. Va ser un dels fundadors del club alpí anglès, Frederic Marshall, que va pujar i baixar en 16 hores, no? Que a l'època és impressionant. So it's 4 in the morning and we are going to Chamonix with Matteo, and we're gonna try to break the record in Mont Blanc. It's not gonna be easy, but we're gonna try that. Conditions are not so bad, so we're gonna have a good day in the mountains.
Donc ma casquette à poids, je l'ai perdue le premier coup qu'on est allé repérer. Donc ce matin là, j'ai pris la casquette une autre casquette champion du monde, mais bon c'est quand même pas pareil, donc j'espère que ça va pas m'handicaper.
Leżał w kolebie i nachodziły go dziwne, przerażające wizje cyrkowców, którzy wspinają się nocą przez ściany Małego Kierzmarskiego, a następnie spadają i wszyscy giną.
Hlavy cirkusantov. Nárek ich kostí v žulovom echu znie. V zamrznutom kotle pod spádom stien na scénu vychádzajú klauni. Na stopách ich krvi začína cirkus.
Už po prvých 4 dĺžkach sme vedeli, že tam sú totálne katastrofálne podmienky. Sypali sa nás laviny, bankuše naviate. Keby sme šli tú cestu liesť len tak, že na jeden deň z chaty, tak určite sa na to vykašleme už v tej 4. dĺžke a zlaníme dole.
de comandament.
Jedna z dróg, które wytyczy na sposób konstruktywistyczny, czyli droga na północnej ścianie Małego Kierzmarskiego. Pisał o tej drodze jako o swoim wielkim dziele. Pisał, takie 45 metrów komina to prawdziwa epopeja, a dla taternictwa masterpiece.
Keď to porovnáme s Alpami alebo s niečím podobným, tie Tatry to sú úplne špecifické hory vlastne. Tie podmienky sa tam strašne rýchlo menia tým, že to nie je vysoká nadmorská výška. Čiže raz je zima a potom zrazu je teplo, prší, potom zase padá sneh. Čiže tieto veci, s ktorými sa človek nepotýka v tých vyšších horách, zažije tuto úplne na 100%, si to užije, tie zmeny počasia.
Stále psychiky narážal počasie, tak niekedy môže vzísť z toho aj ďalšie problémy, ako sú aj ponorka, aj kadečo, ale keď lezeš so správnym parťákom, tak sa dá všetko prekúsať.
Jego partnerzy to była elita, no bo i Wiktor Ostrowski, jak i Bolesław Chwaściński to byli najlepsi polscy wspinacze tamtej epoki. Kilka momentów, które są bardzo dokładnie opisane w tekście ponad największą otchłanią Tatr, które świadczyły, że no, ryzyko było bardzo duże, ale oni to wszystko przeszli.
Hola, si, ei, a. Hola, si va. Si va, ei, si, hola. Benvinguts. Si, ei, hola. 1, 2, 3, si. Si, ei, va. Hola, si. Hola, si, ei, va. Com que no? No arriba? Hola, sí, ei, va. Sí, va. Hola, sí, va. Sí, va, ei, sí, 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 ei, va. Hola, hola, sí, a. Sí, sí, retard.
Se sent? Bon dia. Si podeu anar prenent seient, començarem. Bon dia. Donarem inici a la jornada d'avui. Demanem, si us plau, si us podeu anar seient amb silenci. Bon dia a tothom. Benvinguts. Com a membre del comitè científic de la Biennal, és un honor per mi presentar-los els representants de les institucions organitzadores de la Biennal Internacional del Paisatge, que tot seguit inauguraran el simposi que aquest any es desenvoluparà sota el lema Tomorrow Landscapes. Els presento primer l'il·lustríssim senyor Lluís Comerón, degà del Col·legi d'Arquitectes de Catalunya, la il·lustríssima senyora Janet Sanz, tinenta d'Alcaldia d'Ecologia, Urbanisme i Mobilitat de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona, i l'excel·lentíssim senyor Josep Parcerissa, vicerrector de la UPC, Barcelona Tech, i director del Laboratori d'Urbanisme de Barcelona. Té la primera paraula de la taula l'il·lustríssim senyor Lluís Comerón, degà del Col·legi d'Arquitectes de Catalunya.
Bon dia, buenos días, good morning. Moltes gràcies, Sara, tinenta d'Alcaldia d'Ecologia, Urbanisme i Mobilitat, vicerrector de l'UPC, i tots els que ens acompanyeu avui, bon dia. Benvinguts a aquesta nova edició de la Biennal Internacional del Paisatge. L'esperit de la Biennal Internacional del Paisatge s'ha mantingut en el temps tal com va ser concebut inicialment per un grup de professors entusiastes. Les dues institucions coorganitzadores, la Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya i el Col·legi d'Arquitectes, com a proposta cultural ineludible en el circuit d'arquitectura del paisatge europeu i com a proposta d'especialització per professionals consolidada amb els anys a Catalunya. La passada 8a edició va afermar la Biennal superant les dificultats i precarietats pressupostàries de la circumstància, evolucionant a un format que, gràcies a la col·laboració dels professionals, els esforços complementaris en l'equip i a la generositat dels companys i patrocinadors, va permetre tancar l'edició del 2014 amb èxit, consolidant internacionalment la Biennal com a plataforma de reflexió i comunicació de la intervenció en el paisatge. Enguany, en aquesta 9a edició, podem dir ja que la Biennal ha assolit la internacionalització o la presència global plenament, assumint el canvi d'escala i la dimensió que comporta, de la mà i de l'impuls dels arquitectes del nostre país. I ho ha fet a partir dels 3 eixos que ens permeten reflexionar sobre els nous rols, els instruments i els procediments dels actors principals que intervenen en la transformació del paisatge. Estic segur que l'enorme esforç invertit en l'organització d'aquest esdeveniment, per al qual vull felicitar sincerament els organitzadors, i el suport decidit, molt decidit de les institucions, avui representades per l'Ajuntament de Barcelona, sense el qual no seria possible ni fer la Biennal ni que tingués l'ambició que vol tenir i que vol seguir tenint en el futur, serà àmpliament recompensat pel resultat dels que, sens dubte, enriquiran els participants i el món del paisatge, i que tant els debats com la pròpia ciutat de Barcelona que ens acull us inspiraran intensament. També, per acabar, voldria cloure la intervenció proposant-vos començar la Biennal, precisament, amb un aplaudiment en els organitzadors. Congregar-nos aquí no és fàcil, no és gratuït i requereix il·lusió, intensitat, energia. Ahir estava parlant amb un dels organitzadors, preguntant-li si el seu grau de salut encara era raonable i com afrontava els 2 dies que quedaven, i el que manifestava és que més que cansat estava il·lusionat perquè com cada 2 anys es podria trobar amb molts de vosaltres i per tant podia ser aquells 2 dies cada 2 anys que comparteixen experiències, es comparteix coneixement i s'afronta amb il·lusió els 2 anys següents. Aquesta oportunitat, insisteixo, no és gratuïta, depèn de l'esforç de molta gent i voldria tancar aquesta intervenció proposant un aplaudiment per tots els que fan possible aquesta Biennal. Moltes gràcies.
Moltes gràcies. Seguidament pren la paraula l'excel·lentíssim senyor Josep Parcerissa, vicerrector de la UPC i director del Laboratori d'Urbanisme de Barcelona.
Bon dia a tots. Good morning all of us. Welcome to Barcelona. I hope that this year the Biennale will be a successful event in our city, and I hope that most of you could realize that this is an excellent city in order to produce exciting discussions about landscape, about cities, about our built environment. Jo voldria només referir-me específicament a la figura de Rosa Barba. Aquesta Biennal està construïda per diversos esdeveniments. Segurament un dels claus és el Premi Rosa Barba. Voldria referir-me en homenatge a Rosa Barba, en primer lloc fent-ho des de l'autoritat que em dóna haver sigut alumne de Rosa Barba i haver compartit amb ella també moltes estones al si del Laboratori d'Urbanisme de Barcelona. Potser és hora de dir ben alt que aquesta ciutat, de lluny, des dels anys 60, desenvolupa una experiència de discussió sobre la ciutat i després sobre el territori que ha donat els seus fruits al llarg de dècades. I tot això de la manera humil que significa treballar acadèmicament a la universitat. A la universitat en les condicions que es produïa a la universitat als anys 70 i als anys 80 al nostre país. Dic un homenatge a Rosa Barba perquè la figura de Rosa Barba va ser importantíssima als anys 90. Ella va ser la persona que va liderar una visió sobre els problemes de l'urbanisme i sobre els problemes del territori, que eren problemes sobre els quals havia treballat les dècades anteriors. I la seva visió és que el paisatge constituïa un element nodal, una peça capital en les discussions intel·lectuals respecte al futur de les nostres societats. Això, realment, la Rosa no ho va poder desenvolupar com hagués pogut fer-ho perquè el destí li va donar el final que li va donar l'any 2000, quan ens va deixar. Però part del geni de la Rosa va ser el que us he dit, va ser aquesta visió, aconseguir en un entorn relativament escèptic d'aixecar la bandera de problemes, de temes, de visions que eren aleshores nous. I la segona qüestió que va ser capaç de fer va ser construir un equip, una cosa insòlita, en un país d'individualitats, de genis, en un país on deixeu-m'ho fer tot sol, en un país sovint de les enveges. La Rosa va ser capaç de fer equip. Va ser capaç de fer equip vol dir que va ser capaç d'il·lusionar persones, d'il·lusionar gent amb talent, d'il·lusionar joves acadèmics, joves que van i que avui teniu repartits per moltes universitats. Quan el degà esmentava els organitzadors, estava esmentant el core d'aquesta gent que durant les últimes dècades, vinculats al laboratori, però sota el guiatge de la Rosa Barba, han sigut capaços d'aixecar esdeveniments tan importants com aquesta Biennal. Crec que aquesta capacitat de la Rosa és el que justifica que tot just haver-nos deixat els organitzadors decidissin en homenatge a donar el nom en aquest Premi Internacional a la Rosa. Això és el que volia dir-vos. En nom del rector, l'únic que us haig de dir és que la nostra universitat seguirà compromesa amb el premi i que seguirà compromesa amb alguna cosa que em sembla que també molts sabeu, en l'esforç perquè els ensenyaments de paisatge al nostre país tinguin el rol i la dimensió que es mereixen també en el concert dels ensenyaments universitaris. Moltes gràcies.
Moltes gràcies. I tancaran les intervencions de la taula l'il·lustríssima senyora Janet Sanz, tinenta d'Alcaldia d'Ecologia, Urbanisme i Mobilitat de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona.
Molt bon dia a tothom. Welcome everyone to our city, to Barcelona. Per nosaltres és un plaer que estigueu aquí totes i tots, que sigueu benvinguts a la nostra ciutat i sobretot que com a Ajuntament de Barcelona tinguem l'oportunitat específicament de poder compartir, de poder formar part d'aquest espai de debat, de reflexió sobre el que han de ser les nostres ciutats, perquè d'això es tracta quan parlem de paisatge urbà. Jo sí que volia intentar aprofitar aquesta oportunitat de reflexió i de compartir amb vosaltres també quins són els projectes, quines són també les mirades que des de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona, conjuntament també amb les diferents universitats, però també especialment amb la Universitat Politècnica, amb el Col·legi d'Arquitectes, estem treballant des de molts amplis espais, com deia, de debat i de reflexió. I fer-ho especialment en aquesta Biennal de paisatge urbà perquè té molt sentit, com deia, amb allò que volem transformar, que volem rehabilitar, que volem d'alguna forma dotar d'aquests nous usos, d'aquestes noves mirades que no diguéssim que es tracta d'una proposta exclusiva del govern o de l'Ajuntament, sinó que és una exigència que la ciutadania ha posat sobre de l'agenda en relació a què fem en aquest espai públic, què fem a les nostres ciutats, per què serveixen aquestes ciutats i el servei de què estan. I és evident que quan participes en un espai com aquest, una de les primeres preguntes que et fas és dir, què és el paisatge urbà? O més aviat, què no és el paisatge urbà? A mi m'agrada pensar que el paisatge urbà és tot allò que permet que hi passin coses en el nostre espai urbà i que per tant que genera també una interrelació i una connexió amb les persones, amb els diferents éssers que habiten la nostra ciutat i per tant un lloc on es poden produir les relacions humanes, que això en definitiva és el que són les ciutats, són aquests espais, aquests paisatges urbans que són diversos, que són diferents, on múltiples ecologies i economies i cultures es troben, es relacionen, interactuen sobre aquest mateix territori, com deia. I és aquí on les diferents disciplines, en aquest sentit, des del paisatgisme, des del disseny urbà, des de l'arquitectura, des de les enginyeries, des de la geografia, les ciències ambientals, la biologia, totes aquestes disciplines que tenen alguna cosa a veure amb la gestió i també amb el planejament del territori, tenen l'obligació de pensar, i sobretot avui més que mai, un enfocament més ecològic en el disseny, en la planificació, en la gestió dels nostres paisatges urbans. I per tant, urbans, suburbans, rurals, regionals, socials i tota mena dels paisatges que inclouen la nostra ciutat. I per tant, nosaltres creiem que ara mateix estem en un context en el que hem de fer front a moltíssims reptes com a ciutat. Tenim de forma imminent qüestions molt importants com per exemple una crisi social i econòmica molt presents en el nostre territori, també una crisi climàtica en relació als recursos escassos com l'aigua o l'energia i per tant com intentem encabir aquesta qüestió en tot allò que fem, no només amb una perspectiva social, també amb una perspectiva del disseny i de la planificació d'aquest territori per als futurs propers anys. i sobretot des d'una òptica en la que les ciutats hem de passar de ser part del problema o una part del problema a ser part activa de les solucions i de les respostes. Hi ha diferents persones que situen precisament aquest necessari lideratge de les ciutats davant del, per exemple, el que ha estat històricament els governs nacionals. Fa pocs mesos, a la Conferència de Nacions Unides a París sobre el canvi climàtic, sobre les polítiques contra el canvi climàtic, es donava aquesta situació mentre els estats o els governs dels estats no acabaven de decidir molt bé quines eren aquestes actuacions en relació a la lluita contra el canvi climàtic, les ciutats alçaven la veu, i ciutats com París, com Barcelona, com Berlín, com moltíssimes altres ciutats, deien prou. És hora que les ciutats formem part d'aquesta transformació necessària per garantir una habitabilitat justa i digna i necessària per tothom en els propers anys. I això implica fer una sèrie de reflexions i determinar una sèrie de polítiques. I és a partir d'aquí que nosaltres comencem a plantejar aquest inajornable canvi local que té una materialització local claríssima, sobretot per fer front a aquesta desigualtat social i ecològica, espacial, territorial, que també es dona en els nostres barris i en els nostres territoris. I per tant, és importantíssim incorporar aquesta perspectiva de disseny i de plantejament sostenible i ecològic en tot allò que fem, que no només sigui una etiqueta que intenti donar-li aquest paraigües a allò que fem, sinó que realment en allò que fem hi hagi implícit els valors d'aquesta ecologia i d'aquesta sostenibilitat. I és per això que jo tinc el privilegi de poder treballar i dirigir aquesta àrea de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona, que per primera vegada agrupa tres àrees molt importants, com és l'ecologia, l'urbanisme i la mobilitat, però aquest ordre no és casual, té un sentit, que és precisament que les polítiques urbanes, que les polítiques de mobilitat responguin precisament als valors de l'ecologia i que per primer cop l'ecologia sigui allò que mani. El fer una ciutat per viure-hi ha de determinar aquestes polítiques d'urbanisme i aquestes polítiques de mobilitat, perquè, com deia, tenim urgències a les que no podem esperar. Per exemple, el fet que a la ciutat de Barcelona i en tota l'àrea metropolitana anualment cada informe que tenim ens indiqui que moren de forma prematura 3.500 persones per causa de problemes de contaminació és una cosa a la que no podem no respondre, a la que no podem no atendre, a la que hem d'afrontar de forma molt directa. I per tant, aquesta situació d'emergència que s'expressa en aquestes dades i en aquestes xifres, per nosaltres creiem que és molt important que des de l'urbanisme adaptem, actualitzem, nodrim aquesta forma de fer urbanisme amb tots aquests nous enfocaments, amb aquestes noves eines i amb aquests nous projectes, perquè realment jo crec que no és només que un nou urbanisme sigui possible, és que és urgent fer-lo i començar a aplicar-lo en el nostre dia a dia. I per tant, com us deia, en aquesta àrea nosaltres estem impulsant diferents projectes, però crec que un que té a veure bastant amb això que parlem del paisatge és en repensar precisament el nostre espai, urbà, suburbà, hem de pensar com el volem, de quina forma, i aquí jo crec que hi ha dues variables molt importants. En un dels exemples que estem treballant i que hem començat a implementar amb una prova pilot, que és el projecte de les superilles, un projecte que el que planteja és recuperar bona part de l'espai que té la nostra ciutat per diferents usos, el que ara mateix predomina, d'alguna forma seria invertir la jerarquia present en el nostre espai públic, que ara mateix està dominada per una presència exagerada de la mobilitat privada en aquest cas, per donar-li la volta i dotar-la d'altres usos, que crec que també per equilibrar, com deia, aquesta justícia espacial. Però també de com fem aquest urbanisme, de com fem aquestes propostes, de com les dissenyem, de com les implementem, repensar tot això en un context de crisi econòmica, de crisi social i de crisi energètica, com deia, ja no és una possibilitat, és una obligació que tenim, en aquest cas, les administracions. I per això, per nosaltres, és importantíssim comptar amb la veu de la ciutadania, amb la gent de qui esteu també treballant aquests projectes, de qui esteu pensant aquestes formes de gestió i de transformació del territori. Per tant, aquestes són algunes de les propostes que ara mateix estem treballant. Nosaltres, com deia, ens nodrim també de tots aquells debats i aquelles reflexions que des dels diferents espais, col·legis, universitats, grups de diferents persones, ja siguin veïnals, professionals, ens feu arribar. Per nosaltres és molt útil que la nostra ciutat aculli espais com aquest de reflexió i, per tant, encoratjar-vos a seguir tenint aquesta relació amb la ciutat, a seguir també ajudant-nos a repensar i a actualitzar com intervenim a la nostra ciutat, com intervenim a les ciutats en general i en definitiva. Per tant, moltíssimes gràcies, un plaer estar aquí amb vosaltres i espero que el debat sigui molt fructuós. Gràcies.
Gràcies. Moltes gràcies a tots per les seves paraules, pel contingut dels seus missatges també. I sobretot pel seu continuat recolzament. Des del Comitè Científic de la Biennal, un any més, volem agrair-los l'esforç i la fidelitat de les seves, de les nostres institucions, que juntament amb l'empenta de patrocinadors i sponsors fan possible que ens puguem retrobar cada 2 anys aquí a la ciutat de Barcelona per observar i reflexionar sobre el paisatgisme, el d'avui i el del futur, amb energies i idees renovades. Moltes gràcies. Ara sí que és oficial. Benvinguts, bienvenidos, welcome to the 9th Barcelona International Biennial of Landscape Architecture. Després de l'impuls de l'edició anterior, la 9ª Biennal de Paisatge de Barcelona confirma la seva dimensió internacional. Els actes d'ahir, que van donar el tret de sortida de la Biennal, la presentació de llibres de paisatge, del mapping i de l'exposició Desemboscant, van culminar amb el pop-up, amb el paisatge efímer configurat amb 8.000 petites plantes amb què la ciutadania va colonitzar els espais de Ciutat Vella. Avui donem per inaugurat el simposi de la Biennal i la primera de les 3 intenses jornades que ens esperen i que tot seguit resumiré molt breument. La tercera i última jornada, Today in Action, que clourà la Biennal, ho farà donant veu a diverses iniciatives i veus crítiques que s'estan portant a terme arreu del món de la mà d'arquitectes, urbanistes i paisatgistes. Accions compromeses amb situacions de crisi que avui ens afecten globalment, com la crisi mediambiental, la fragmentació social i la crisi de refugiats. La jornada de demà, Tomorrow Landscapes, es dedicarà al debat teòric. 6 conferenciants de prestigi internacional obriran un debat transversal sobre el tema que enguany proposem. Els reptes econòmics, socials i mediambientals d'avui estressen els nostres paisatges. El demà necessita solucions i pràctiques imaginatives, transdisciplinars i col·lectives per tal d'encaixar les actuals demandes ecològiques, socials i territorials, d'adaptació i d'interacció, de cohesió i d'articulació. Quin ha de ser el paisatge i el paisatgisme d'avui per preveure un futur plausible demà? Davant el canvi de paradigma d'avui i l'indiferència personal i professional, creiem que no és una opció. Vindiquem el paisatgisme emergent, el paisatgisme radical en els objectius, el que dissenya per a la resiliència i per a l'adaptació als canvis. El col·lectiu en els mitjans, que projecta per i amb la gent. El paisatgisme híbrid en les eines de projectació, tant específiques com prestades, que projecta des de l'acció, amb recursos compartits i amb més creativitat si cal, per tenir igual o més repercussió, tot i partir cada cop d'un pressupost més baix. Durant la jornada de demà també veurem en estrena mundial 2 peces audiovisuals en homenatge a 2 dels mestres del paisatgisme contemporani que ja ens han deixat, Michel Corajou i Jacques Simon. I avui, durant la jornada d'avui, per començar, com és habitual, la sessió se centra en la professió i ho fa des de l'immillorable observatori professional del paisatgisme en què, gràcies a la vostra reiterada i entusiasta participació, s'ha convertit el Premi Internacional Rosa Barba de Paisatge. Algunes dades sobre el Premi Rosa Barba de Paisatge. Among more than 400 worldwide landscape plans and executed works, 316 landscape projects have been selected to be published and to be exhibited. You will see them displayed in the 4 usual categories: articulation, intersection, transition, and regeneration at the Col·legi d'Arquitectes de Catalunya. Among them, 10 finalist projects have been designated by our international jury and will be presented today here, running up for the Rosa Barba International Prize. With an endowment of €15,000 by Fundació Banc Sabadell, the awarded landscape work will be announced just after the closure of tomorrow's day in this same auditorium. And from here, I'd like to thank our jury for the fabulous job in identifying and selecting such excellent finalist works. So please, an applause to our jury. They are sitting in the upper balcony in this auditorium. I would really like to introduce them to you. So please, if you want to wave or stand up to identify yourselves as I name you. First of all, I would like to introduce James Corner, the president of the jury, internationally renowned landscape architect and founder of the New York-based award-winning firm, Field Operations. Thank you. Manuel Ruiz Sánchez, architect and landscape architect, executive committee at the Architects Association of Catalunya, and professor at the Master of Landscape Architecture in Barcelona, Departament d'Urbanisme i Ordenació del Territori, UPC. Thank you. As he's also a member of the organization, he must be doing some other jobs too. Anuradha Mathur, architect and landscape architect and professor at the University of Penn Design. Catherine Moore, president of the International Federation of Landscape Architects, IFLA, and professor at Birmingham City University. And Eduardo Cadaval, architect and founder of Cadaval and Solà Morales firm and professor at Departament d'Urbanisme i Ordenació del Territori, UPC. All the luck with the deliberation and inspiration in your final decision. But the Rosa Barba Prize has a very special format, and we would like to emphasize that as well, and a unique condition, I would say, as we are all witnesses of part of this last step of the selection process. Because this auditorium has the privilege to assist to the defense of the 10 finalist projects by their own designers at the same time that the jury does, in this open session. And not only the jury of international experts that I have just introduced to you will judge the work, but we'll all do. So you have also the chance to express your opinion as well and vote for the prize of the public. Don't forget that. You'll have some bullets outside. And with no further delay, let's listen to this year's finalists. The candidates will expose their projects in an intervention no longer than 30 minutes, please, following the order of their entry and submission to the prize. We'll begin the presentation today of the finalists' works with a flood adaptive landscape, Yawin Zoo Park in Yue, China, by Kongjian Yu, Tourenscape. Please join me in welcoming once more to this stage, Kongjian Yu.
Well, thank you for for selecting us to be shortlisted. And thank you for such a wonderful event. Every 2 years, we need it. And today I heard about some keywords really important. To rethink about our city, to rethink about a profession, and to see what a profession's future, tomorrow's landscape. I think it is. It's a time for us to think what the profession is. We are very small, but actually we have such a big challenge today facing us. It's a big challenge like flood, drought, pollution, food, habitat loss. Now these are big issues. And it's a time, it's a chance, it's a challenge, also opportunity for us to stand out, to say it is the future of landscape architecture to solve this problem. And we as a leader to solve these issues. Now we have to do it. We're just not discussing. So my project is to show how we can actually do it to solve the problem instead of the conventional solutions like this. You can see channelizing, damming, build pipes, build a sewage plant, and these are just industrial solutions. And we have to say that, we have to think that these are not sustainable solutions. It's time for us, for over 2,000 or 3,000 years of industrialization and urbanization, we have now come to the point that we have better solutions. You can see all the rivers globally, particularly in my country, in the developing country, in China, India, you will see all the rivers being channelized, being dammed, being demolished, being ruined like that. And global-wise, about 50,000 dams built across the rivers, in rivers. In China alone, we have 25,000 high dams, and in US, 8,000 dams destroying the whole water system. Those are considered to be, engineering solutions, and so powerful. But you can see where's the landscape positioned, where's the landscape architecture, the profession is positioned. Here we can see, actually, we are very sadly positioned as this way. You can see as a called landscape, as called a really flood control system. And we have no solution here. We have no position here. We have only such a kind of trivial solution to just make ornamental of those big issues. So landscape architecture have to think what they can do. I will here to present say landscape must be considered as an infrastructure. And this infrastructure is for symbiotic solutions, combined integrated solution to connect nature and cultural processes and elements, water, nutrients, life, beauty, and create deep forms, the form which will not just for industrial form, it's a deep form, beautiful, but ecologically sound and sustainable. So this project is just a showcase, it's just a demonstration to say that how can we do it? How can we overcome all those conventional solutions to make a better sustainable landscape solutions? Here is a city, Jinhua. Here is a city here. Now this project is located here, where the two rivers meet to merge into one big river. And the projects are right here where the river meets. This is the current situation. You can see, have big flood wall, control flood wall, protecting so-called the city and the landscape. And the two parts of the city is disconnected at the same time. And pre-existing, the architect designed a very odd-shaped form the building here, called Opera House. So you have to find a solution to integrate this development. And this is a very degraded habitat situation, you can see. So that's the current situation of the site. So our goal, our subject, our object is to say, how can we create another a way of flood control? Instead of building high concrete wall, we want to create a water adaptive and make friends with flood. So we will create another ecological sound flood control system. and also integrate the landscape with the existing development, which is a building, it's a very odd-shaped buildings, and bridge nature with the city. There are two sides of the city, and also there's nature in the middle. And it restores the habitat, the ecological system. So that's a solution, that's a master plan. Here is the covered wetland, pond, by filtering the polluted water and create a clean pond for swimming, and also create this people's place to accommodate the needs for this opera house. And also, very important, to create a water adaptive landscape. So I will go to detail all 4 strategies to say how can we design this. So that's the first strategy is water adaptive and to be friendly with flood. So here's the first strategy. We remove all the concrete, wall, create terraces, which will to solve the elevation of 6 meters difference to allow water to come in to make it adaptable. Now the climate here is a monsoon climate, so we have about 3 months of a monsoon flood, and the rest of the time is very dry. So we want to allow the monsoon flood to come into the city, but at the same time, this space can be usable the rest of the time. So these are just used by a very simple cut and fill strategy to replace the concrete wall with these terraced plantings. So that's renderings. So here is the details about how the landscape adapt 100-year flood, 20-year flood, 50-year flood, different levels of elevation. That's the current situation before, as it existed. You can see very dangerous, no life. It's unsustainable, totally destructive of the landscape at the same time. That's after, that's built after. It's accommodates the flood. Here is a 10-year flood, 20-year flood, 50-year flood, 200-year flood. So basically work with water, to be friendly with water. Now this is designed to say how can we catch the flood, the silt, the dirt, the silt will be deposited here, so that allows the terrace to be fertile for all these plants. And also grasses, all the different species of grasses are native grasses. They adapt to the seasonal flooding. This is just section C, how it catches the silt, the dirt, and deposit on the terraces and create this terraced landscape. And inside, on the land, we also create a biosoil system to catch water, to nurture, to make to irrigate these terraces. As just some sections. So all the water will be catched. Stormwater management will be catched out this pond system, this filtrated system inland. Now there's a test. For 3 years, we tested this site. And it's really happening. You can see this is a 100-year flood season during the monsoon climate in May 2014. Is almost the whole area being flooded. The wetland, the pond, the terraces, but the city is still connected. So it's a bridge system to connect the city, so it's be able to adapt to the flood. So once the water retreat, during this is about 20-year flood level, you can see the water, the relationship between the city, the people, the wetland system, pond, and places for opera house and terraces. And during dry season, which is just the last month, you can see very dry, but the landscape is still beautifully can be used by the people at the same time. So it's make friends with flood, be able to deal with monsoon climate. It's before, it's after. It's terraces, different grasses, adapt to different levels of water, different water of moisture. No irrigation system here. It's all about nature. No fertilizer. No other chemicals, of course. So these are just make use of water levels. You can see stepping towards the water. different seasons. During the summer, used by people. The people come here to use this for exercises. During the winter, the different species of grass turn into color. And the design is a resilient design. You can see here is a path adapted to the water levels. This can be flooded every 20 years. You can see it's been flooded. Yeah, I mean, it's every 5 years level. So these will be flooded. They tell us different flood level during the flood season. After flood, you can see here, so water come in, people enjoying the nature. And all the buildings, all the structures also adapt to the flood. Also, this is a pavilion go into the water. So this can be 200 flood level or all the way come to here. And people use the space. And here we all covered with native plants. And again, to the waterfront, different levels of terraces, all the way to the platform, pavilion, different levels of the water. Even during the all around seasons, people can use this space for exercises. So that's the first strategy. The second strategy is we want to make use of water for daily use, to filtrate through the gravels, to go into the pond and make the pond usable for daily use. Now that's the current existing situation as before. It's been destroyed. The whole area is because of the quarry for sand. As today, it's recovered, and at the same time, use the gravel to filter the water. The water fluctuates. The water table will be fluctuate according to the level to the river itself. During the summer season, the water filtrates through the gravels, and this can be used for daily use, for recreational use. And all this pavement, all the ground is permeable. So these are permeable gravels, the use from the site, and these are permeable concrete at the same time to accommodate the use of the opera house. And the opera house is also seasonal, like monsoon climate. You have very big crowd during when it's used, and very few people after the season, after the event. So the space must also be designed to integrate this kind of changeable use of this space, so make the space also resilient. So we integrate landscape with the existing development, the resilient space for dynamic use. Now that's a building under construction, which we are not the designer, but the architect did it, and we have to find the space to make the space to be resilient to use during the high season and also during the low season at the same time. So the space will be flexible all the seasons for big crowd and also for small people to use. To be quiet at the same time have a big crowd gathering, and also adapted to the water level. You can see the all permeable space. If you bounce wheels, so will catch all the water. So that's a air view they built. You can see here. So this space, this is a building here, and all the space will be built to create a very immersive, intimidated, human-scale spaces, but at the same time have a big crowd to disperse in these areas. So it's and all these areas are permeable in terms of water. People can use this space. So we have bigger space, but at the same time very intimate, small space, and diverse activities happen in these plazas. As smaller, make a space smaller, intimidate space, very quiet, shade. So that's the second strategy: how to integrate, make the space resilient itself for people's activities. And the third strategy is to create connectivities across the river to make the two parts of the city connected again, and also be able to connect to the nature. So here is an aerial view. You can see that two parts of the city being connected by the bridge, And this bridge is also a kind of culturally related. This is a local culture. We call the bench dragon. Every family will have one bench, and all the community connected the bench together to create a dragon. So during the spring season, they have this kind of dragon dancing system. They will take the dragon, go across the field, across the farm. So there is a community building, connectivity. And it's resilient at the same time. Anytime you can leave the dragon, you can take your bench away. So 100 benches connected together and carry the bench. You can see the whole family will carry the bench and join the community to create this kind of activities. So this design is just inspired by this kind of community building. So we created a connected landscape by building this bridge. The bridge will go across the whole across the two rivers, and 40,000 people use it daily, every day. 40,000 people, you can imagine, use this bridge to go across the river and be connected and have a very unique experience over the flood, over the water, and to be also close to the nature. They can touch the leaf even on the bridge. That's a bridge. And the ramps will connect it to many points, so people can go from different directions to enjoy the open space. So this is an open space, an infrastructure for connecting people and also enjoy everyday's life, recreational use, and people walking over the bridge. Kids also, enjoy the landscape. Elderly people. I met this couple, and they didn't have a chance to go out together. Now they consider this space as a public, as an open space to really enjoy every day. The third strategy is to recover the natural habitat by landscape strategies. This quarry site, that's before. There's an existing situation. You can see very degraded landscape, very degraded habitat. So very simple idea. We just use just simple cut and fill to create different habitat. And because of different water levels, you will provide different species habitat for different species. Birds, animals, amphibians, all these will come back to this area just by change of water levels, different levels of water. And this allow flood to come in, to silt, for the silt to create a rich soil, diversity, rich soil for diverse habitat to come. Now that's today, you can see it's recovered. This habitat area, totally covered, as here, before was a quarry. Here, very rich habitat. Many birds come into right in the center of the city. As one patch, you can see the diversity of habitat. It takes just 3 years to recover. And also, these are man-made terraces. Also, because of different levels of water and different levels of silt, we created different vegetation around and change around the seasons. Now, the conclusion here is not just about the project. It's just about the profession. So we define here by this project, landscape as an art of survival, to be able to deal with the flood, to create a habitat, to recover the habitat, and create social space to connect the city and connect the communities. So this project is not become a new icon for the city, for the whole city. The city is about 3 million people, but also become a model for all over China right now, actually. So I always think that this project, Yanweizhou project, is a model, it appeared in the media, and even appeared in Los Angeles media. They think Los Angeles can learn from this also. And also City Lab, globally celebrating this kind of project as a sponge city model to solve the problem of flood. So beyond this project is a manifesto showcasing landscape architecture as an art of survival. And nationwide, now what's next? From here we say that 70% of Chinese cities are under flood, under the risk of monsoon flood. You can see here 70% of populations and GDPs are in these monsoon flood zones. And when we analyze all the rivers in China, actually only 6%, maximum 6% is needed for this kind of landscape, which means to live with a flood is not a very expensive solution. And landscape can make it a beautiful China, can solve this problem. Not these dikes, not this concrete wall, not those engineering solutions. So we are talking about post-modernism and post-industrial solution. This is the ecological solution, and here the solution that landscape architecture can take the lead and totally transform this idea about how can we make floods with water. Now, in China, many people may understand that it's happening. We call it sponge city. The idea of sponge city, the resiliency. How can we create resiliency? Sponge city now becomes a national movement launched by a president to say that all the city must be resilient, must be like sponge. And this project, Yanweizhou project, is certainly one of the most celebrated examples. I will just want to show the very short movies. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. The next project to be presented today is The Goods Line in Sydney, Australia, by Sacha Coles, Aspect Studios, and will be presented by Kristen Bauer. Please help me in welcoming her to the stage.
The lights are quite blinding, aren't they? So Sacha would have loved to have been here today because he's always enjoyed Europe and the conference, but he's a bit unwell at the moment, so I'm one of his co-directors, so I'm here today as well. And it's a great honour to present to you the Goods Line. This is a new public space for Sydney, designed in collaboration with Shofi Architects for the New South Wales Government. Right. Now, this project is unusual for Sydney. There's no sublime harbour view, no bridge, no cliff, no beach, which the design can be enabled or ennobled by. Rather, the Goods Line sits at the intersection of a number of inner city precincts to the southwest of Sydney's central business district, far from Sydney's iconic landscapes. And Sydney has a population of around 4 million. Now, these precincts have grown somewhat independently over time and are beset by multiple barriers to pedestrians, movement, and are scarce in public space. Now, the project's ambition was to transform the site, a disused no man's land area, into a piece of living urban connective tissue. You could say this project is a type of urban acupuncture. It unlocks the energy of the precincts, leads the reinvigoration of the neighbourhood's identity, and creates much needed social infrastructure. The Goods Line is part of the rich industrial history of Western Sydney. It was part of a larger railway network from the 1850s. And here this image shows the site in the late 1980s, at the end of its working life. And you can see in the background the electrical powerhouse, now the Powerhouse Museum, which forms part of the northern end of the line. Now, one must say at this point in time, the Goods Line is part of a tradition of projects that have reinvigorated disused railway infrastructure in our cities for public use, from Paris to Berlin and, of course, New York. Whilst the Goods Line was relatively unknown to the population of Sydney, it was an incredibly important conduit for the export of primary resources, such as wheat, wool and timber, to the harbour and the world beyond, which aided in the development of Australia. And we have a saying in Australia that our economy rode high on the sheep's back, meaning our 20th century wealth was generated by wool and primary resources. And now we have to generate new economies and trade lines for the 21st century. The site that we inherited was a neglected post-industrial space, 500 metres long, about 20 metres wide, disconnected and used only for car parking and storage, and a few smokos along the way. Inaccessible to pedestrians and formed a major barrier between the east and the west and the north and the south of this part of the city. You could say an interstitial space of terre en vague with vast potential. And one of the most captivating things about this site is the feature row of mature fig trees that you can see on the left, which are local to Sydney. The immediate urban context around the Goods Line is in a state of rapid change. A new international convention centre and exhibition centre at Darling Harbour to the north, which is one of Sydney's most visited tourist destinations. An expanding university and education campus to the south and increasing residential density. Now, all of these factors are applying pressure on the limited open space that there is. And in this context, there was an understanding from the outset of this project between the clients, the community and the designers that the precinct's regeneration had to be led by public realm. Now, a vision for the site proposed a place with multitude of programs, layers and opportunities for people to connect along and across the space. You know, full of greenery, encouraging new types of architecture, creating places for large groups of people to gather for city events, and also creating intimate spaces for the local community. And here you can see the vision created, nestled between the retained long line of mature fig trees and left to the industrial sheds. Now, there are two elements that make the Goods Line unique. And first is it's what we call the nimble balancing of the multiple public space typologies. It is a connective corridor or promenade. It's part of a university campus landscape. It's a tourist destination in its own right now. And it's a local park for the community, open 24 hours a day, day and night. It's a civic event space, and it's a place of heritage and cultural celebration. And the second is that the complexity of this sort of programmatic outcome is concealed by the lack of ostentation and the simplicity of its presentation. There is a lot going on here. There are a number of principles that underline this project and drove our design response. Connection. At the larger urban scale, the goods line is a strategic connector. It now allows pedestrians and cyclists from the south of the city to travel through to the harbour and the city beyond, creating previously unrealised public links. And at a local scale, the project has created a new north-south promenade that is shared between cyclists and people and is a truly shared space. And also new east-west connections connecting to the local streets. And we sought to engage positively with pedestrians and cycle movements to create a more porous and permeable environment. Throughout the design of the project, there are many cues which talk about the notion of transformation, from its industrial infrastructure history into a piece of what we call 21st century social infrastructure, which underpins this new innovation and knowledge precinct. We say once there were goods flowing along this line, now there is data flowing and knowledge being exchanged. The design of the project, and the ground plane in particular, was conceived as being more than just a line connecting north to south. Along its length, space has evolved in relationship with the adjacent contexts and buildings. So 4 main squares were created. What we call the University Business Square School, the Mary Ann Street Amphitheatre, the Children's Play Space and Lawn area further towards the museum, and the southern connection to the streets. And the project utilises a range of different approaches to interpreting the site's rich industrial and cultural history. The ground plane is elevated and sits on top of the heritage railway lines, which preserves them in situ. Now, this ground plane is constructed from over 600 precast concrete planks. While they share a repetition in material and base form, they're each unique and individually cast. And we designed these using 3D digital fabrication processes. And by utilising these new forms of technology, we're ensuring that the goods line retains its history as a place of innovation and making. And of course, in addition to this, there is the notion of traditional plaques and interpretive signage throughout. The final design has a strong figurative character, defined by what we call the pushing and pulling of its ground plane according to adjacencies. Oops. And the design intent was to create a dynamism between connecting with the community around it and creating a series of unique rooms within it. So here we can say the goods line to the north is pulled into the UTS business building and then pushes out to create viewing pods to the east. And it pulls down into the Mary Street Amphitheatre, pushed sideways to talk to the adjacent sheds, and then is finally pulled down again to meet the Q Street connection. So these different forms start to push and pull this singularity. At the heart of the project is a desire to create a multitude of opportunities for people to engage. And this is being achieved by what we call designing new social infrastructure for the widest of the communities, which includes people of all ages, cultures, abilities, individuals and groups. And what do we mean by social infrastructure? And for us it means a diversity of spaces and facilities for free-form use and appropriation by the community, and also places which are more prescribed in their usage. So this includes things like places for working outdoors, utilising PowerPoints and the communal Wi-Fi, children's play spaces, places to engage with nature, fitness equipment, communal tables, table tennis and grassed areas. Another layer is a series of what we call event platforms, larger type spaces that facilitate community and civic events. For example, the Southern Large Lawn is used for large group activities, and the Mary Ann Street Amphitheatre, perfect for outdoor cinemas, concerts and lectures from the university. And we chose materials that have a direct lineage to the site's past. There is both a robustness in the use of materials such as steel, concrete and timber, and also delicacy, which is appropriate to its use as a place for people. And of course the highlighted yellow furniture alerts the visitors to its presence and harks back to the yellow warning signage once seen along the railway line itself. And up to this point I've given you a sense of its conceptual origins, its contextual issues and the importance of its aspirations. This is necessary but what we say is not sufficient. What is required is that we constantly hold at the front of our minds the importance of making spaces that allow people in the best possible way to inhabit, occupy, and socialise in the landscape. And this is a true urban space, subject to the occupation of the old skaters, the homeless, the impossibly wealthy, and the everyday person. It's what we call a hard-working, 24-hour, big city urban space. So let's take a walk from north to south. This is the northern entrance. And this provides a link to the new Darling Harbour and the greater central business district where many people go to work. And here it also serves as a conduit for the community between the western residential area and this eastern business district. Previously, this connection had to be obtained from an aerial pedestrian bridge and crossing quite a few different intersections. And what we've also included is ramps for all, what we call all abilities access and for cyclists. So part of the greater ambition of the overall city to encourage everyday walking and cycling throughout the city. Building resilience by creating more opportunities for planting and green infrastructure was a key design intent. Gardens utilise mostly native plants along the edge of the goods line and benefit from the porous pavement of the project. The planting design references the wilderness and opportunistic form of plants of the former derelict site. And for those who aren't from Australia, nativeness in this typology is especially important in Australia because railway precincts are often the last remnants of endangered flora. And here you can see the in situ railway lines and restored relics of the railway network. The goods line has provided much needed green space for one of the most densely populated and urbanised environments in Australia. And we Australians have a large appetite for lawn. You could say one of our most programmable and casual of public surfaces. And here you can see, like many, the southern lawn is used for casual relaxing and community events such as yoga. I think yoga is going to become the new recreation of the 21st century. Okay. The children's play area is a fine-grained space for local children, teenagers and adults alike. And the water playground is designed by recycled brick. And in the front you can see a sandstone heritage culvert from the 1850s. This was unearthed, not far away from the site, and repurposed for the playground. While not old for Europe, it is from one of Australia's earliest colonial periods. And a series of bespoke table tennis tables provide active fitness and fun opportunities for all the members of the community. And this image also shows that we were interested in the subtle level changes between the main pathway and the lower ground spaces, looking to create delineation without compromising permeability. As a place of connection, the goods line highlights wayfinding and directions to nearby international destinations and exhibition areas, as well as the Powerhouse Museum and public institutions along its length. And again, another ramp provides full access for cyclists and members of the community. And you can see here in the background the type of growth that is occurring around this precinct. The Marianne Street Amphitheatre takes advantage of the 4-metre level change from the surrounding street by creating terraces of seating stairs to be used in everyday mode or for civic events. And here you can see it used for one of the outdoor movie festivals that are happening along the space. The goods line is a shared space with equal access for cycles and pedestrians. And the promenade is generous in width, part of the design to consciously not form a direct line between A and B. And so we try to seek to slow down the bicycle riders and therefore avoid the conflicts often seen in these types of shared environments. The communal table is positioned underneath the canopy of the fig trees and has been designed to cater for visitors in wheelchairs as well. It's got PowerPoints designed into the seating as part of an overall incentive to ensure that people stay outside and work outdoors. And Sydney is lucky enough to have such good weather all year round for this to occur. Exercise and fitness equipment has been designed to cater for the surrounding high-density residential towers, which is starved of these kinds of community facilities. And we're also interested in not just the fitness of the community, but the fitness of the design over time. And we're undertaking a post-occupancy assessment, which will be undertaken in collaboration with researchers from the UTS University, looking at economic, biodiversity and social outcomes over a 1, 2 and 5 year period. And here you can see the goods line has become an extension of the campus life of the university and educational facilities in this particular area. Every point along the goods line is a destination. One can occupy a room without feeling compelled to be in another. All spaces are equally weighted and detailed, and consequently are expressions of a very democratic ideal of public space. And moving further south, we're now opposite the business school. Here there are 3 study pods which are cantilevered extensions of the ground plane pushed out towards the eastern, the street level area. And this provides a place of respite away from the promenade. And the raised ground plane here, you can start to see how it's raised out of a gesture of respect for the retained railway lines beneath. And all the seating has been designed specifically for this project. Some as benches with electrical connections, some with backrests and armrests, but the majority being an extension of this ground plane and defining the edge of the main promenade. And we also explored how to create informality in this kind of space. And here pedestrians are invited to step down into the ground plane itself and into the garden. This is not a precious garden bed, but a place to enter and occupy. And these types of spaces are scattered all the way along the design. The goods line provides here the forecourt for the striking masonry of the Gehry Design UTS Business School. And the goods line literally extends into the building, delivering visitors to the centre. And the heritage rail bridge, which brought all of the rolling stock across the site, has been painstakingly restored and now carries cargo of a different type. Now, if we can get to the video. Oh, here it is. Yeah, great. I'm going to conclude this presentation by summing up some of the key ingredients of the landscape. Its unique typology, its effectiveness across multiple scales, and its programmatic complexity within a clarity of form that you can see here in the video. It's about an equality of space, and particularly its focus on social use. It's what we call a 21st century landscape that rises to the urban challenge of the city and does so with a grace of design that is both understated and effective. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As announced in the schedule, after this next intervention, we'll have a brief coffee break. The following finalist work is Landart Park, Beitshof in Hoofddorp, the Netherlands, by the firm HNS. Please join me in welcoming Dirk Simons, who is here with us to present his work.
Good morning, everybody. I am Dirk Simons. I'm an advisor. I'm going to look if I can be myself again. There I am. Yeah. Can I have the first slide, please? There we are. I'm Dirk Simons of HNS Landscape Architects. You see us here. We are a middle-sized office. We are a research-driven design office, and sometimes we are a design-driven research firm. And here we are in the middle of the Dutch landscape, which, as you can see, has never been made for the ratings. It is a reclamation landscape, but all the way we really love it. And we are very honored to be on the short list of the Rosa Barba International Landscape Prize. And on behalf of our team, next slide, doesn't seem to work. transporter doesn't work. Yeah. There it is. Okay. On behalf of our team, Lodewijk van Nieuwenhuizen, artist Paul de Kort, W+B Consultants and TNO Acoustics, I present Land Art Park Buitenschot. Buitenschot is situated in Holland's largest lakebed polder, the Haarlemmermeer. Please allow me a very short historic sidestep that you will need to appreciate the plan of Buitenschot Land Art Park. The Haarlemmermeer grew out of 3 other lakes that were merged by the combination of storms and peat cutting. Even in its original size, the old Haarlemmermeer was big enough to stage naval battles. Here you see the Dutch fleet of small vessels attacking Spanish warships that helped the siege of Haarlem, the city you see burning at the horizon. That was all during our 80 years of independence war against the Spanish. And the next map shows how spectacular the lake grew and why it was nicknamed the Water Wolf. At the edges, you still see the results of active peat cutting here. As a relic, they are still there, and as an energy landscape, they look a bit like this, but I'm going to talk about energy landscapes tomorrow. When a flood in 1836 threatened to cut the links between Amsterdam and Haarlem, and also join the Haarlemmermeer to the IJ, by which the salt seawater would have came in, the decision was made to drain the lake with steam engines. And between 1848 and 1852, this was done by 3 pumping stations with what are still considered the biggest steam engines ever built. Although the polder, the resulting polder, is 6 meters below sea level, the position close to Amsterdam, the absolute flat-lying former lakebed formed an ideal and also expandable location for an airport. The airport this year is celebrating its 1 century celebration. It was there since 1916. It started as a very small airfield and grew to the size of our international airport, Schiphol. And in the 90s, this expansion was the object of a hot debate on noise reduction, and eventually Schiphol got its way and got a 5th runway. It was constructed and opened in 2003. And this 5th runway is in close vicinity of living quarters and an industrial area of Hoofddorp, which is the largest settlement in the Haarlemmermeer. The low-frequency ground noise produced by the taking off of planes is higher than the European norms. And to make full use of this new runway, regulations demand that the sound in Hoofddorp had to be reduced by 10 dB, 10 decibel. Part of the area you see is owned by Schiphol and may be used for sound reduction. The source of inspiration for our plan was the observation of inhabitants that the ground noise seemed less annoying after plowing of the heavy sea clay of the lakebed. It works because the low-frequency sound waves are dispersed by the plowed clay, and we decided to mimic this effect. And, well, of course, this has never been done, and there were no examples, so we had to do a lot of experimenting, modeling, and testing. The design of the noise reduction park took a few stages. You see our first models here. They were still anchored in the pattern of the polder. We drew a clustered alternative, you see in the left, and a dispersed one. The second one proved to be more effective than the clustering. And the dark area you see, by the way, is Park Buitenschot. In our initial modeling, this was not meant to be part of the noise reduction project. The clustered alternative was, though, preferred by the farmers because it left most of the area as it was. The ridges were thought 2 meters above the ground and the ditches of 1 meter deep. So 3 meters in total, which is in the Dutch perspective. These are the Dutch mountains we are going to make. In these early alternatives, the ridges were planted with willow trees to enhance the noise dispersion. The dispersed alternative also bended towards agricultural use of the area. It left enough space for economical farming. The new parcels were still big enough for modern agriculture. If executed, the dispersed model would have looked somewhat like this. Simulation models, by the way, showed that the willows did not have a substantive effect on noise reduction. And very Dutch, the price of wood chips plummeted, so the willows were out. You can do a lot with digital modeling, but there is nothing beats real practical testing. Our acoustic advisors decided to build a few test ridges. And they did a lot of experimental testing to get empirical data with sound systems that can produce all kinds of airplane noises from all airplanes from the fleet under all kinds of climatic circumstances. And here you can see it is a bit of a boys' project, all right, but we let them do the testing. Both testing and modeling showed that also the dispersed alternative alone could not produce the necessary 10 dB reduction. And well, 10 dB, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't sound like a lot, but you have to realize it's a logarithmic scale, so 10 dB is quite a lot of reduction. A complementary effort was needed at the location Buitenschot you see here. But as I told you, that was planned to be a park for Hoofddorp, and to complicate things even further, there was already a design for the park. So the compromise was reached that the Buitenschot's primary goal of park had to be combined with the noise reduction task. Land art artist Paul de Kort in our team suggested that we look into the forms that sound itself is able to produce, the Chladni patterns. These patterns are named after the German physicist Ernst Chladni, who did groundbreaking work on acoustics and discovered that a sound is translated, when a sound is translated in a vibration of a steel plate, fine sand on that plate is forming patterns. And each frequency have specific patterns that are sometimes strikingly different from the other ones. And the thought was that maybe if we configure the ridges in patterns that are specific for the low frequencies, we would boost ground noise reduction. Well, it didn't work really that way, but it set us free from thinking on different patterns and to get loose from the rigid polder structure. Combining the two programs led to a public maze, a noise labyrinth. This configuration alone would already contribute 4 dB reduction, 5.5 if we would add the effect of the test ridges already erected. In concurrency with the larger area, the plot can reach the demanded reduction of 10 dB. Let us zoom in on different aspects of what was by then called Land Art Park Buitenschot. There are two bigger public spaces, highlighted in yellow. The central one is hemmed by levees of 3 meters high, and here you see the the use of this manifestation field when celebrating the opening of the park last year. A cross-section of the mazes gives you an idea of the more intimate, smaller spaces in the maze. The ridges, like I said, are 2 meters high and the ditches are 1 meter deep and are equipped with walking paths on both sides. The basic groundwork of the whole project was done by GPS-steered, non-manned equipment. You see them working at the horizon, both yellow machines. The ditches are not only for draining the park, but play an important role in the noise dispersion. And together, these ditches and ridges form a complex structure of public walkways that allow, well, 10-kilometer fitness walks or meditative strolls. It is a nice and complex world that has emerged. And because it is a present-day maze, at the entrance, 3D concrete models also informs the visually handicapped how to navigate this modern labyrinth. On the 3 stands you see highlighted in yellow, the standalone pyramidal mounts. The soundscape of Buitenschot is amplified by the ears. Acoustic works of art, listening devices inspired by the parabolic sound mirrors along the British coast that enabled spotting enemy bombers from a long distance during the Battle of Britain. And with your head in a mirror, you hear all the noises of the surrounding amplified. And please don't do that when a plane is taking off. If you step out, the contrast is enormous, especially when you step off the ridge. The small diamond pond there, highlighted in yellow at the periphery of the park, is literally reflecting the noise theme of Buitenschot. It is a noise interference pond. Under the bridge, a mechanism is attached that produces waves that can be seen as the fluid echoes of the low-frequency sound when a jet goes full throttle. The pictures are stills from a movie by the Water Laboratory of Deltaris in Delft, showing the patterns that you will see if you cross the pond with this bridge. Park Buitenschot is linked to the bicycle and pedestrian network of Hoofddorp and adopts a bicycle path here that had already been constructed. A cutoff has been made through the pattern of ridges, levees and ditches, giving the cyclers a very different perspective than the pedestrian on the park. The question is always, if you have a repetitive pattern, how do you end it? For instance, like here at the Hoofddorp site, we choose for, let's say, end it as pointed arrows that in the end merge in the landscape. The maintenance aspects of the park are formative of the park experience, as in every park. There is a simple distinction between intensively mowed grass elements and parts that are mowed as meadowland. You see the contrast we are aiming at. 2 aerial shots will give you an idea of the whole land art noise reduction park Buitenschot. And this shot was taken for our first publication, tellingly not in a landscape journal, but in Wired, the magazine of the techno nerds. And this is one shot from the east. Well, you hear say that a good park has to serve all the senses, and Park Buitenschot really does that. All the 5 senses are served. First, of course, we made a complex soundscape and a labyrinth park. The ears, you hear the combination of bird twitter and jet noise. For your nose, the smell of fresh cut grass combines with kerosene stench. And of course, the model for the blind enters the tacit element. Well, we didn't do what to do with the taste, but there is an ice cream parlor now at and you can, it's so close to the terminal, you can drink your duty-free liquor in the Buitenschot Park. I like to, sorry, I have to look if it is starting. This is my, oh. Well, there was a film in there, but well, the film basically said in 57 seconds the same as I did. So, well, we can skip the film. But
Noise Reduction Park,
there
Schiphol.
it is.
After the new runway was built at Schiphol Airport, the ground noise near the adjacent residential area increased to such an extent that measures were required. It appeared that the ground noise largely disappeared when farmland was ploughed. By dispersing noise, the noise is reduced, and this mechanism forms the technical basis for the design of a ridged landscape. The park was developed as a single land art project and is, at the same time, Europe's largest maze.
Allow me one final word. Thank you again for letting us pitch the Land Art Park Buitenschot at this Biennale. And as you will have observed, out of the application of simple rules, in this case acoustic laws, complex order can emerge. But it has not been a mechanistic routine. The emerging complexity was given an artistic swing by our team that made it into a really attractive park that transcends its instrumental role for the well-being of the inhabitants close to the airport. But on top of that, I think Buitenschot seems to be a very nice metaphor for the position of landscape architects in the 21st century. We don't really solve the world problems. We make parks out of all the world problems we encounter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's time now for a very brief pause of, let's say, half an hour. Let's meet here at 11:40. Ens retrobem aquí a les 11:40, puntuals. Gràcies. Hola? Anem prenent seient. Let's sit down, please. Please take your seats. Is all the jury here? Very important. Let's try to be a little bit faster. I think I was too generous with the time. See? All the juries here, please, we'll try to start the second half session in the morning. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll resume the morning session right now with Superkillen in Copenhagen, Denmark, by Martin Reinkano and Lawrence Dexler, Topotech 1. We are happy to welcome again in this forum Martin Reinkano.
Hello, still good morning or not, I don't know. Also I am very happy and honored to be here and invited and being, we are in the middle of the presentation instead of the start. Doesn't matter. So you see all the pictures beforehand. I'm going to present a project that we did already about 7 years ago, and it was the result of a competition. And the motivation for this project and the program, or let's say the program for this competition, had to do with immigration. And as we have been seeing the news in recent years, immigration is turning more and more, especially in the European context, not only, also in the American context, in a country actually built upon immigration, into more and more a difficult social issue. And so the idea to deal with this issue wasn't created by us, but was part of this program, of this competition for this space. That is, that is an area in the north of Copenhagen. It's an area, it's a neighborhood with about 95% of immigrant population. And the idea for this competition was how to create a space that would make the life in this neighborhood better for these people. So, as I said, immigration is a difficult task, also not anymore as linear as maybe it used to be in former generations. We have immigration going back and forth, people that live seasonally in certain areas, and we have a lot of immigration also of different classes, immigrations for going to study maybe for a certain while in your life, and depending on if you fall in love or if you do Erasmus or whatever, if you're stuck somewhere or not, or if you meet someone else from somewhere else. I have a very good Italian working in my office in Berlin. She fell in love with a guy from Melbourne, so she's moving to Australia now, and I hope it's boring for her in Australia, so she comes back because she's very good. But so the idea of immigration that we had beforehand changed, and it's only one part, one aspect of many things that are changing the way we behave, and also we move. In sense of velocity, we're moving faster, and in terms of dynamic, there is just more movement. And the question is or that was one of the questions, is if a public space could deal with these issues, or if there are ways of strategies of, as we heard from the Dutch colleague before, if it's not solving all the problems of the world, but is there a chance with our strategies and our traditions to help that these spaces become some kind of catalyzers of these processes. In Europe, like in many other places, like in America as well, the main reaction has been repression. You know, this is a poster from Switzerland. The Swiss parliament actually yesterday decided to forbid the burqa. This is this beautiful dress. And I think 5 years ago, they decided to forbid the minarets in the centers of the cities. So many European countries, in fear of losing their identity, start to create repression, so that in the end the immigrants become really a repressed minority, so a very traditional and old story. If we look at the European history, we always have repressed populations, minorities, that don't have the same rights like the majorities. And so in thinking of these issues, and thinking maybe also of the tradition we come from, it's interesting that we want the immigrants because we have a problem with them. On the other side, because we don't have enough children, we need them to keep our wealth in all developed countries, by the way. So it's a kind of a different story. And but you want the people, but you don't want the culture and their objects. Actually, you know, when you move from one country to another, you take yourself and maybe a bag with you, but the objects that used to surround you, you leave behind, and with them you leave behind also a kind of a world that you would fully understand. And so thinking of a landscape tradition, I thought that it would be very interesting to update the idea of the English landscape park being a park or let's say an eclectic collection of different objects from different areas of the world, of different cultures. And what is interesting in this style is that these objects are not just translated. You know, when you move from one country to another and you learn a new language, it's not only that you change, that your mind changes and you learn a new culture, also your body changes. You know, depending on the language you speak, your face also changes. You know, that's the reason Americans all look like potatoes, for example, no? Because English is mostly, especially in America, spoken in that area, so that's this kind of hamster look that you have. Or to keep it a bit fair, the French, for example, that's the only people who fart while they're speaking. You know, they make that, yeah, c'est la vie. So that's one of the reasons they have so beautiful lips, no? So because they train them constantly. So in that respect, you see that it's not only a mindset that you change, but also the physic changes. So in that respect, when you're an immigrant, you're always a hybrid between worlds. No? So you are not the one that you were when you left, but you are also not fully the a person like the people that live in the country, that were living in the country beforehand. And what is interesting in the English landscape gardens, they are in that concern similar, because all these objects brought from different cultures, they were not just brought, they were translated. They were kind of wrong translations. So the temple is done with with English stones, and obviously also in a different scale. So in the end, this temple is as much Greek as it is English. And what is also interesting, the English landscape park being full of foreign trees, by the way. There is nothing nicer than a cedar in England. There's no nice cedars in Lebanon, but the cedars in England are really the most beautiful things you can expect. So, and then it happened, this kind of translation happened, that these objects are foreign and local in the same time. And this garden in England that is completely full of foreign objects is actually called today the English landscape garden. So something that started as exotic and foreign became actually the archetype for space, assortment, and for a certain way of life even, that was then also transported into many other countries around the world. So this was one of the cores of the project. The other one was the issue of collaboration. The Scandinavian countries are very, very strong in collaboration, have a long history, but also to collaborate, you usually need a certain background. So if you're not educated in the country, if you maybe don't speak the language well enough, then you also don't know how to participate in political process so that your interests are taken serious. So we had to develop another way of collaboration. We thought, collaboration usually is this very boring, discursive process that is more like primary school kind of thing. It's kind of primary school teachers involving the people and entertaining them on a very, very low level. It's one of the most boring things in the world. And so we thought, what is the most interesting part for us in the process of designing projects? And with it, one of the most joyful moments is actually when you have an idea of a form of a project, and then suddenly this form of project becomes reality. And with that, why shouldn't we share actually that with the people instead of sharing the process of discussions and whatever that is less joyful, no? So it's actually the outcoming baby, no? That is the joy. Even if it's painful to have it, everyone is happy when it's there. So the idea of participation was in the end that the people who live in this area were asked to propose objects from their countries to put on site, to be put on site in Superkiln. So this is a picture. This is the Baltic Sea that is in the back. The project used to be a tram line that used to run through the city, and it has a red square, a black square, and a green square. So so these are the 100 objects that are displaced, and this is one of my favorite objects. It was very hard to get the people to be involved in participation because not only they don't understand the culture and the language, in many cases also they have other problems than to discuss about their park in front of them. So we had to go really from house to house. We had 5 translators with us, and in one of these occasions we knocked on a door, and there came a guy in boxer shorts, and we asked, we are this group of architects, artists, whatever, we would like to have an object for the park next door. Do you have anything for us? And he said, no, leave me alone, whatever. But then it turns out that one of the translators came from the same village like the guy, from Muscat, so they started to chat. And then he told us a story that actually his uncle, who is a dentist, paid him to come to Copenhagen, to Denmark. And then he showed us this picture of this beautiful sign. So we immediately took that and put it on the square. And it shows a little bit also what it means, how much humor it needs also to, and tolerance it needs to live together. So you always have to take yourself a little bit, you have to take your own cultures a little bit with humor. And this object especially is also for me a typical translation, in the sense that it was before this kind of Arabic whatever, already a bit falling apart, and then it became this kind of Danish slick Nordic design, that will be standing. It was produced in Germany, so it will be standing there for over 100 years probably. So this idea of keeping a certain symbolism, but on the other side changing the aesthetics of it, making it also local in the end. So we have a lot of these kind of objects. The star is actually from America. It looks Russian, but it's not. Yeah. We also used a lot of advertisement objects because for us, in difference to the English park, the idea for this park was not to have, let's say, illicit objects, religious objects, but more everyday life objects. So another sign that is in the very final part of the park is a donut sign. And one of the things of the English Landscape Park that's also interesting, that it always played with the issue that is a real faked reality, okay? And so we are doing a little bit the same. So there's a very fine line between what is actually commerce, what you can buy, and what is actually a piece of art or a design. So this sign actually is just there, and but there's no donuts that you can buy there. But the Citroën place, is a very bad French car maker. Yeah, that's real. Yeah. So and these kind of transitions, and the bull is another story. The bull used to stand in Andalusia, and it used to be an advertisement for a Catalan brandy. But the firm didn't want to have it anymore, so they took it away. But when the Dutch and the German were invading, coming from the north with their cars to lay on the beaches here, the sign of the bull was for them the sign that they arrived in Andalusia and they are happy. When the bull was gone, they kept on driving and felt all in the ocean. So the Spanish state decided to take the bull back, not anymore as an advertisement object for the brandy, but just as a sign in the landscape. So these transformations of meaning of objects, let's say the emotionalization of objects, is something that has a lot to do with what we do as designers. The things that are dead, that are just material, suddenly become a fetish, something that people relate to and create an emotional bond with. Yeah? So this is the process of making the square. It was also strategically the idea of doing something very fast and very strong. Copenhagen is a very gray city, so the idea was to make a space that was really bright and engaging right away, not one that you would have to wait forever till it's nice, like maybe in a usual park, but one that would be immediately there. We also created these transitions into the third dimension, this idea that the park creates transitions and dissolves the borders around itself. And none of the objects that you see here, nothing in this park as their inhabitants, are actually Danish. So every bench, every dustbin, every tree is actually foreign. There is also an app that you can use if you are interested in information about the objects, where they're from and who have been proposing them. Otherwise, there is no information directly on site, so that you don't need to bother about that and can use the park as a very normal park. These swings are from Iraq, actually. So this is another object that shows a little bit another level of strategy that I call a psychoanalytical approach, okay? So often, if you go, you might not know that, but I was born in Argentina, so in Buenos Aires, and my mom is a psychologist. So I took it with milk, this stuff. So I went to the shrink between 5 and 8. Didn't help much. But however, this idea when you go to the shrink that when you are in a session or you go there for years, it's in the end not about solving a problem, but framing a problem in a different way. So this place is a place with a lot of conflicts. So it's not this kind of happy place with Chinese children running around, but a place with crime, drugs, etc. And one of the problems was the noise. So neighbors were complaining about kids making noise on the square. So the usual thing would be to forbid the noise and to use repression. But repression is never good. Generosity is always better. And intelligent generosity is what a good shrink would tell you how to reframe your problems. So instead of forbidding, you just accept that noise is a problem, but frame it in a different way. In that case, we have these loudspeakers that you can put your music on with the app, so that your private music becomes part of the public space. But this, they have a certain loudness, so you can't make it too loud. And also, it's being turned off after 10, so that in the end, but during that time, it's much more fun than having maybe your ghetto blaster with you. And the same for the box ring. If there are two people having a fight on bare ground, it's dangerous and it's a crime and it's violence. When you lift this violence 40 centimeters and you do strings around it, it becomes sports. And sports is an acceptable form of violence. No? So again, reframing the problems, giving the problems, making out of the problems actually the character of a neighborhood, instead of trying to make everywhere a kind of pacified banality that that was a strategy. And this object, the box ring, as well as the loudspeaker, were part of a project that I will show you that was a kind of a side project of that. This one is from Japan. This is in the Black Square. The Black Square was called Sorte Market, the black market, beforehand already, so that so we kept it in the sense that we didn't want to correct the problems, but make the problem part of the solution for this space. So, and it was called Black Market because it was the most important drug selling and buying area of Copenhagen. So these transitions between things that are problematic and things that can become acceptable. And these things you don't solve in one moment, but for these things you need public spaces that work as catalysts for these processes. Yeah? We have also, thanks to climate change, we also have palm trees that are surviving since we planted them. They're from China, actually. They were not happy there, so they came to Copenhagen. This is from Morocco. This piece of earth that you see here, oops, what did I do? Ah, sorry, is from Palestine, from Israel. We had this group of Palestinians proposing us as one of the objects to build a tunnel, you know, the tunnels that go between Gaza and Israel to get the weapons, the bombs into Israel. They wanted to do one of these tunnels as one of the objects, and we thought that's maybe not such a good idea. So, but then we came on the idea that maybe it was interesting to use the earth from these tunnels, because, you know, when you lose your country, we always speak of the earth we come from. Well, it's also a religious metaphor, as we all know, and but it's also an idea of identity. So in the end, we transported this earth that you can see here. So for someone that doesn't know it, it's irrelevant. For someone who knows, it gets this kind of emotional relevance we were talking about. And as I said, it was difficult to engage the people. So for 5 of the objects, we went actually with the people to the places where they originally came from to pick up these objects or to document these objects that would then be placed in the space. So this is in Andalusia, the bull. We see in Thailand the boxing ring. We see the earth in Palestine, Israel on the bottom, and the box, the loudspeakers from Jamaica. And this is the 2 ladies from Palestine putting the earth on. This is from Venezuela. Yeah, beautiful bag. Very landscaped. So the different areas is from Russia. So this is a bus stop from Uzbekistan with a certain Arabic formalism that we transported here. Obviously, there is no bus stopping here, but there's still these guys waiting there for a while. And it says in Arabic, it says bus stop. Yeah. So I don't know if you can, maybe he can read that. And the last bit, what is very relevant for this project, because of all these stories around it, you know, the narrative around projects becomes more and more important as a kind of a second level of public space. You know, the internet in the end is also a public space, and the influence and the back and forth between, let's say, the first life and the second life of projects becomes more and more relevant. And the more you create this kind of feedbacks, the projects can gain from them, you know. We had, for example, a lot of problems with the municipality in this project to maintain it, but since it became so famous, they put now 10 times more money into maintenance of the project, you know. So in the end, this kind of back and forth between real reality and the fake reality is very important. So the project is on the official sites of Denmark and as a good example, and of an official site of Copenhagen. It has a lot of Google results. I don't know if it's more than the Highline, but maybe about it. I don't know how many the Highline has. So this one, 5 million. So you have to check, Jim, how many you have. And it has a lot of nominations and prizes. Among them, they are not all here. As this one is not here as well, we are also nominated among the last 10 for the Aga Khan Award that is going to be announced in November. CNN says it's the strangest public park of Europe. It's now also the 10th most visited attraction in Denmark, in Copenhagen. So after you've seen Tivoli and other stuff, people go to an area that beforehand no one would visit. So that there's a book that is very interesting. The iPhone 6 was doing advertisement with it by coincidence because it's very photogenic, and you see suddenly the square. Also, it was not only present in Copenhagen, but it was here in Alexanderplatz in Berlin, in Hamburg, in I think that's in Milan. This one is in Tokyo. This one is in San Francisco. This one is in Los Angeles. This one is in Bogota, Santiago de Chile, on the backside of the Süddeutsche Magazin, on the backside of the New Yorker. So suddenly, and that's also for Jim, I know that he likes all these that I found last week in Sweden. So all these are now advertising with our project as well. So the second life is as relevant as the first life of these projects because it creates a resonance that helps to understand and to give importance also to the work that we do as landscape architects. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Thank you. It's the turn now of Renaturation de l'air in Coffignon, Switzerland, that bears the signature stamp of Atelier de Com Rampini. Please join me in welcoming to the podium George de Com, Julien de Com, and Marco Rampini.
Yes.
Okay, so it's presenting George de Com.
C'est la lumière, c'est fini. Thank you very much for having given us the opportunity to present this project. It's a short moment for a very long project that we are dealing with, and it's not yet finished for 15 years now. It's around Geneva. It's this photograph from the 30s, maybe more evident than a present or contemporary photograph, shows clearly morphology, original morphology, the mountains, an agricultural plain, and the line of poplar, which is an indication of the site of the project. In this agricultural field or land, during the beginning of the century, 20th century, there were a lot of works to, well, it's just like Kong Yang-yu was talking about flood. So it was to master the flood, that in more with the means that we are now criticizing and trying to have kind of other way of mastering this problem. So it's typical dike and sending the problem downstream. And now we share the problems. Our group is called superpositions. Well, in English, superimposition, but maybe even if in the dictionary you can find superpositions. The territory is a superposed assemblage of layers, multi-layers, and also you find, so our attitude is to work with transformation. Superposition you have a project like this one, never built, but present in our mind when doing what we do. So the territory is full of experiences, full of dreams, full of projects never built, and they are part of the program. Superposition comes from a book from Gilles Deleuze. He was writing about a playwright, an Italian playwright, Carmelo Bene, who precisely took a play, Hamlet, from Shakespeare, and said, what is going on in my play if I put away Hamlet? How will evolve the play? And it's exactly what we do. So if we take the canal away, to draw or not to draw? These documents, by the way, of the late 19th centuries are precious tools of the project. You have here a longitudinal profile of many kilometers with a 135 section traverse, which indicates the movement of the river, because this work of an analysis, of observing the territory by this geometer, General Dufour, a very famous man in Switzerland, indicates that the river moves from one year to another from 50 meters. In the 30s or 20s, the meandering river was short-circuit, cut by a canal. The agricultural plain, which could be, is a drawing evoking a possible morphology before this, traditional landscape architecture, transformed in the 30s in this kind of landscape, which is erasing all the, and the problem, of course, is it's a change in the water movements. Jim Harrison, the poet, novelist American, said, how the water goes is how the world is shaped. This is the watershed of the river, part of the watershed, and Park in Lancy, which was built 20, 30 years ago, is a part of this watershed. So, and we work along the line of Poplar with the project I am going to show you now. The main object, let's say, the main figure is this canal, a rectangular line in the landscape, beautiful, but of course, in terms of biology, of exchanges between water and underground, it's a disaster, let's say. Nevertheless, it's something which has been made with a perfect and poetic, I would say, kind of poetry results. And I always ask myself, or ourselves, because it's a team, huh? Well, in 100 years, are our plan having the same, are our thoughts, because we don't know what kind of thoughts we are building, will be so clear, precise. It's not a compromise. It's a clear solution to the flood with a lot of problems, but also the agriculture was never flood. We must accept this. Well, this is a watershed, and now, of course, this river sometimes have a, it's not a central, it's maybe 30 years return flood, but dramatic enough that for that the state of Geneva organized a competition to change this canal in what they call renaturation, which is a kind of thing that I will come back, because it's an indication of an attitude. What the state, the program was not explicitly described, but was implicitly involved. It's nature has no straight line. And you have to go back, you have to destroy the canal, and to put this water in the former meanders. What they call an historical project. To take history for us is not returning to the past, is to play with the past and present in a, what Walter Benjamin said, a collision of space and time, which in present things, which make a presence. The canal I showed you before has a presence. Are our project having the same presence, or are we going to make very nice little things without prisons. And this acceptation of the old, you know, Brecht said, nothing comes from nothing. The old comes, the new from the old, but nevertheless it must be the new. It's why we call it superposition. So we refuse this implicit order, destroy this bloody line. By the way, they said there is no straight line in nature. I think that the ray of light that you see from the sky are not undulating. You know, God is always a cloud with at least straight lines. This is one example of nature, straight lines. So this diagram, again, Deleuze has written extensively and so inspiring for me, for us. This is a diagram. That means these drawings made by Julien very early in the process of examining the program, the data. You know, Deleuze say it's a big mistake to think that you have a white page when you start. No, the page is full of clichés. And the diagram indicates the forces you choose to eliminate the cliché, to forbidden to the old, the convenu, the already made, the à la mode. All these bloody things are invading each time you start to write or to draw. And the line is indicating the forces, a straight canal and a new river. You must not start to look something else. The project will be made of a collision, of a tension between a canal and a river. All the rest is detail. So we said, okay, we keep the canal and we make a parallel new space of liberty, of freedom space for the river. Canal on the left, new river space. So it was from 15 meters to 100 meters. More space. If you have more space, the flood problem is resolved. Now, at the competition stage, how to draw a river, how to... the river, you can't make curve. It's okay to make a natural curved river, but if you make the curve, no, it will never solve the problem of the process of making curves. So we indicate, we don't know where the river will be. This, as Matt Condolph once in Berkeley told me, oh, you're dancing river, it's very nice. So this is the field of parallel with the canal. I will come back. The canal is kept, become a promenade. It's a problem, you know, I said renaturation, it's a strange, it's a false, it's an error, a mistake, a disaster to talk about renaturation. That means that you go back to nature. And that means that you accept this cut between culture and nature, which is, Philippe Descola said, it's the end of the world. No, it's not starting to sink even. Today we know that everything is a problem of a link between culture and nature. So restoration of the river is a better name for me, even if it's dangerous because restoration means also to go back. But you can also say, and we must say, restoration is a new way of seeing things. It's a projection. It makes vivid again the old things. This is restoration. It's a way to take care of the world. It's coming from a restoration of paintings. And it's interesting to see they don't go back to the original. They play with existing and the transform. I think the key word is transformation. Everything is a transformation. This is a river after a few months. Now, we had this problem of how to draw a river. Engineers would make a sinusoidal according to the powerful, the volume of water, to the slope. They will predict a kind of landscape architect. So we could call it scientific model or technical model. And the landscape architects, they have a cultural model, so they have an English river with a meandering, just like a poussin. It's nice, it's very nice. Okay, but you draw like an engineer, you build like an engineer, or you build like a landscape architect, with no more concrete, but just natural seeds, and you make a form, so-called naturalistic or pastoral link. We said, no, it's not the case. So we start to look at the scientific model. I don't enter why the culture of the landscape architects, of the architect, is full of surprise. You read something, it's a hazard. So we took on this percolation model. Scientists, when they go to percolation, a possible definition is the passage, the going through a porous material of a liquid, which is a river going through the gravel. So they have models who, they are organizing a possible field of potentiality, but they don't know where the river, or in this case, where this water will go, or liquid. So we thought we have to find something like this, to define a grid which open all the possibilities to the river. This is the paradox. The more you have a grid, the more you give freedom to the river. And we made a first attempt, essay, with a Swiss chocolate plate and milk. And we were a bit experimenting how it could evolve. And then we start to make it really full scale. It's a kilometer long. In that case, it's one part of the project which is more or less 8-10 kilometers long. So we get a way of the humus, or horizon bay, of certain 60-70 centimeters of earth. And we draw the chocolate, or the losange, in that case, diagram, and we dig it, etc., and we arrive to our full-scale chocolate plates. And then water comes in. And we were absolutely afraid. Well, is it bloody water going in one channel and we look full? So she already chose, but no, water was nice with us, and start to modify. The problem, not the problem, the quality of this diagram, diagrammatic, it accelerates in a way you can't imagine. The dissipative forces acting on this diagram, this first grid, is spectacular. If I had more time, I could enter, because you find this kind of interest is movement, tourbillon, in Leonard Vinci, but also in Ilya Prigogine with Isabelle Stenger. They talk about the dissipative shape. So the erosion is not on the point, it's on the side. It's very interesting. So it makes riffles and pools very, very fast. You see the evolution, very, very fast. So this is the problem. We have built a river without giving the shape, but the shape is coming very, very soon because we have done something. And this is just evolution. We follow this. Of course, it's a kind of open-air laboratory, and we have to not only to start the experience, but to follow it. And it gives an extreme variety and the diversity, as you can imagine, of situation, floor, insects, flowers, birds, and so on. And after a few months, maybe 1 year in that case, you have this kind of rivers finding, in a way, in a dry season, this more or less meandering. Now you see the two components of the project: the former canal becoming a public rural space, which is a concept, a promenade, a linear garden, we said. Why we say gardens? Because for us, a linear gardens, we want to say gardens because gardens is a leisure park, but also a place of knowledge and risk. You know, it's not, you know, this paradise story, there's some risk to make experiences a garden. But to eat an apple and then the world changes. This is now to finish few images of the canal, of the transformed canal in a public space. So you have still the imprint of the canal, and the imprint, the shape of the canal is still present, but it's also, it becomes a pointer of the shift between one state of the things and the other. If you destroy the canal, you lose the possibility for the people to understand that it was like this and it is now like this. What we are interested in, not in the solution, we are also interested in the solution. It's better river now. But also to understand what has been going on from one moment to the other. And we use very, very classical, I'm not afraid to make pergola, to make benches, to make point of view. I like to use the most classical, and you find all this situation, of course. Now, we are also making dike. You know, the problem is that when you do this kind of work, you are not in Montana. It's an urban stream, so at some part where you should have more space for the river, you have housing. So you have to dance with the devil. But so we have to control sometimes. But so it gives also possibilities of special qualities. So all the garden specificity, pleasure, but also people walking in this garden are always part of the experience. What is going on? Why is the agriculture? You know, they see the field of agriculture. They see the changes. And situations are created. We want that people come up to the water, so we cantilever a huge slab of concrete just to approach the water, to touch the water, to smell the water, to hear the noise of water. So we use we think that we can renew the attention only through emotion, and we have to provoke shocks. So concrete, you know, huge block of concrete and not a nice little stone. So this kind of nature and culture, you know, this acceptation that we do something, we make something, but this something is not a return, but it's friendship with the old, the ancients. But it's once more, I think Walter Benjamin said, the aura, the presence. I think on this slab there is a presence, and this presence it's come from very far, and it's very present same time, collision of space and time. That's it. And you know, you have always necessities become pleasure. You know, you have to master the water. I will stop here. Thank you.
Work. The last one presented this morning is Barangaroo Reserve in Sydney, Australia. by Peter Walker, David Walker, Jay Swointek, and Do Finlay, PYP Landscape Architecture. And the project will be presented today by David Walker. Please welcome him.
Thanks for having us. Oh, there's the jury up there. Hi, jury. Thanks for having us here. It's a pleasure to be able to present the project. On behalf of our design team at PWP Landscape and our team of world-class Australian consultants, it's an honor to present the story of Barangaroo Reserve to you today. This is a story about large-scale city building on the most historically significant, stunningly beautiful, and valuable parcels of land in downtown Sydney. Beginning in the, excuse me. How do you scroll this to get more text? Beginning in the mid-19th century, a long portion of the foreshore of Sydney Harbour was filled in to create a space for maritime industrialization. This practice generated sandstone materials for the early building construction in Sydney, but also replaced the historic Miller's Point headland with a flat rectangular container port by the 1960s. The project would be named Barangaroo after a powerful Cadigal woman and a key leader in the local Aboriginal community when the first Europeans settled in Sydney. The most important principles that would be followed included the recreated headland park was to be entirely naturalistic, restricting architectural elements, and to follow the approximate, excuse me, can I get a question? Yeah. You are? Okay. It's not showing the whole thing. Back and forth? You just push this?
Yeah, the green one.
Ah, the green one. But I'm just trying to get the text to show up. Oh, wait. Thank you very much, whoever did that. Okay. Okay, so the project would be named Barangaroo, I said that. The recreated headland park was to be entirely naturalistic, restricting architectural elements, and to follow the approximate shape and form of the headland as recorded in historical maps and paintings. This new urban park would need to be built to modern code and therefore was impossible to be made purely a natural recreation. A cultural center was to be concealed below the landscape and to follow the topography of the headland form. And a foreshore walk was to aspire to a civic scale in keeping with the great public promenades of Sydney and designed to last 100 years. When we began to think about the client brief, we immediately realized that our effort was to invent an Australian landscape that would have similar importance as the existing iconic points in Sydney Harbour, including the Sydney Opera House, which was considered an international icon, and the Sydney Harbour Bridge, which is considered a national icon. So our goal quickly became to create a monumental landscape dedicated to the past and present Indigenous people of Sydney Harbour. Former Prime Minister Paul Keating's original words about the container port always stayed with me. He spoke of the industrial port as being a man-made industrial scar on the harbour that could be seen from space. He went on to say that for the future of Sydney, we must restore this desiccated sacred ground, and the industrial remnant needed to be completely eliminated from memory. And this is the outcome of our work in 2015. You can see the recreated headland in the foreground and the partially developed high-rise buildings of Barangaroo South in the background. You can also see a cove separating Barangaroo Reserve from what will be the third and final phase of development fitting into central Barangaroo. And here you can see in full focus the 5.7 hectare Barangaroo Reserve in its completed form as a new iconic Sydney landscape occupying the space where the natural headland originally stood alongside the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Sydney Opera House at Bennelong Point. Barangaroo was the wife of Bennelong, where the Opera House is located, and Bennelong was the Aboriginal leader that Captain Cook first met when he sailed into Sydney Harbour. So it is a meaningful recognition that provides great historic significance to these 2 points as bookends for the historic downtown of Sydney. The Barangaroo site has a long and rich history before and after Captain Cook sailed into Botany Bay, which began the colonization of Australia. We found ourselves immersed in the context of 200 years of history that had been mostly erased on the site, but was actively being preserved in the Rocks neighborhood that is adjacent to the project site. In addition to the history that remains in the adjacent neighborhood, these images are the most important historic references our team used to define the starting point of the design. On the top, you can see Major Taylor's 1822 panoramic view of Sydney, which is the earliest depicted painting at a time before photography existed. Early 1836 maps made of the area on the lower left, and a diagram of the 5 historical headlands that surrounded Goat Island in the middle, which was the sacred fishing grounds for Barangaroo and the indigenous people of Sydney Harbour. This is an early perspective drawing depicting colonial Sydney and the historic Millers Point headland before it was industrialized. This pre-industrial photograph shows that the native vegetation of Millers Point headland had been replaced by colonial structures, fine-grained streets, and laneways centered around a beautiful town square called Argyle Place. The yellow areas on the left approximate the structures and headland form that were violently eliminated from Millers Point in the early 20th century to make way for industrial maritime purposes. The neighborhood was literally quarried away to provide much of the sandstone materials for constructing the great institutional buildings in Sydney. By the 1950s, the finger wharves were eliminated and the 25-hectare site reached its final industrialized state as a modern container port, a giant rectangle. The cliff face in this photo makes clear a delineation of what remained of the rich Sydney history. There's a surprising amount of topographic grade change from the top of Observatory Hill down to the harbor, but the gradual excavation for the flat container port left large cliff faces that physically separated it from the rest of the city. Our first effort was to define and reestablish all of the east-west urban connections and reconnect the city with the waterfront. The red area indicates the 25-hectare, 3-district Barangaroo development area, which had been publicly inaccessible for more than 100 years. When Barangaroo is complete, it will reconnect the last major waterfront connection in the city from Woolloomooloo to Darling Harbour and beyond. This citywide map defines all the east-west connections possible from the center of the city, all connecting to the citywide foreshore promenade. The 22-hectare, $6 billion Barangaroo precinct will redefine the western edge of Sydney Harbour and be a lasting legacy for future generations. Barangaroo will provide space for over 24,000 permanent jobs, generate approximately $2 billion per year to the New South Wales economy, and provide over 11 hectares of newly accessible public open space. The site's 3 development areas, Barangaroo Reserve, Central Barangaroo, and Barangaroo South, combine recreational commercial development with residential and civic spaces to create a stimulating network of new landmarks on Sydney's waterfront. Access along the existing urban edge has been maximized with direct access points, a 200-space car park under Barangaroo Reserve, bridges, staircases, a new pedestrian tunnel linked to Wynyard train station in downtown, and a new ferry service, and as well as a new metro stop, which is going to be is in planning stage right now. Once finished in 2022, half of Barangaroo will be public space encompassing a continuous 2.5-kilometer waterfront walkway, new parks, plazas, and coves connecting the central business district and the historic Rocks neighborhood to the harbor. The Barangaroo plan will transform what was an inaccessible industrial backside of the city into a continuously accessible public domain and western face of Sydney. So on August 22nd, 2015, about a year ago, Barangaroo Reserve was the first phase in the three-district master plan to open. In this rendering, you can see the three distinct zones of Barangaroo. Barangaroo Reserve at the north is 100% public open space. Central Barangaroo will be 50% open space, and Barangaroo South is mostly urban. A view from Barangaroo South with the proposed ferry terminal and Barangaroo Reserve in the background. Central Barangaroo is viewed from Barangaroo Reserve, with Naui Cove making a distinct physical separation. The cultural space, or the cutaway, is concealed below the landscape and follows the recreated headland form. Here you can see a great shot of the entry point along at the entrance to the Naui Cove inside the park. Inspired by the many sandstone platforms of Sydney's headlands in the harbor historically used by Aboriginals for shelter, the space is a natural setting for an Indigenous cultural center. The void that forms the cutaway was deepened as sandstone blocks were quarried on site and moved to create the new sandstone foreshore, sandstone flanked staircases, and all the park rock outcroppings. The cutaway provides an internal space for 5,500 people and a two-level car park beneath the facility where all the stone came from. But it is also an engineering masterpiece. It's the largest subterranean internal space in Australia, and all located beneath 12,000 cubic meters of rock, grass, and mature trees. Above is a cross-section of Barangaroo Reserve showing the cutaway below. The entire cliff face in the section can be seen exposed along the eastern perimeter of the space. The plan below describes an accessible lawn sloping up gently from the north, culminating at a steep southern slope. This plan shows the cutaway below exposed with the parking and service access from the north and the main public entrance to the cutaway located off of Naui Cove. Inside, the cliff face is entirely exposed. Defined by the existing cliff face that runs more than 200 meters, linear openings were added to allow a flood of natural daylight to wash the natural stone face, illuminating the space and providing natural ventilation. A continuous series of art installations, public and corporate events are currently taking place in the interim space. So the following computer renderings helped explain to our client what we described as the park facade, which covers the cutaway. The foreshore promenade with a low sandstone wall known as the 1836 wall marks the original 1836 shoreline in the image on the top. The image on the bottom is a bushwalk which runs mid-slope through the bush, which is a more intimate experience of the bush landscape. The dramatic views of the Great Western Lawn looking north towards the Sydney Harbour Bridge, and then below looking back up the northern slope from the new foreshore. In September 2014, after about 1.5 years of construction, the headland outline is complete and the cultural center is starting to take shape. Here you can see a view from the south looking north, the park being raised, and a view of the cultural space, which is being readied for the roof beams to be installed so that the park can be rolled out on top. Now I'd like to briefly describe how the headland form was interpreted. As I mentioned before, early images such as this painting by Major Taylor, in addition to the existing cliff profile and geomorphologic studies, offered solid clues about Miller's Point's original headland form. The red line in the original 1836 shoreline is overlaid onto the container port. Naui Cove separates Barangaroo Reserve from central Barangaroo and the urban districts. The new cove completes the distinct shape of the headland shoreline and creates opportunities for harbor views close to the Hickson Boulevard. These early diagrams define the headland form that once existed before it was cut back to the existing cliff face. And the image below is the western profile on the bottom, which describes how the slope rises gently up from the north and becomes steep at the south end. So we began by making three-dimensional models of the headland form and calculating the volumes of earth that would be required for each alternative. We probably made 50 of these things, and it was a careful balance to try to figure out how much landfill we could take, or excavation that we could take from the buildings of Barangaroo South. This form is the option that was adopted. So the Sydney headlands in their natural form are examples of pure bush, and we were determined to recreate the original, rich, complicated, and more interesting plant composition for the form of the headland, to add a dimension of naturalness to the overall park. The bush landscape is stunning in its density of form when viewed from the water in the image on the top, but it is really complex and layered when you're inside of it, as the image in the bottom shows. It offers beautiful views, layered views through the canopy to the water. First, we needed to define a steeper section, which required a series of 1-meter retaining walls. This would increase the slope well beyond the natural 3-to-1 angle of repose, which is shown in the red line. The dense understory would eventually cover the low retaining walls, and the foreshore, you can see the foreshore promenade is on the left side down below, and the bushwalk runs mid-slope, and the upper bluff path runs at the top. Now, the bush is the most complex ecology in Barangaroo Reserve, and the plant typologies change from the western slopes shown here compared to the more moist and shadier south-facing slopes. It consists of 3 separate planting layers. The first is a ground cover layer of plants from about 0.5 meter to 2 meters in height. The second layer is an understory of plants up to about 5 meters in height. And finally, a big canopy layer of trees, 10 to 20 meters in height, that forms a series of cathedral-like spaces. Incorporating native Sydney plants such as large angorphoras, banksias, eucalyptus, and Port Jackson figs, the vegetation strictly follows a natural native bush ecology. All the plants were pre-grown for 2 years before being planted. This image shows the mature bush environment that we'd always been thinking about and looking at in our travels around Sydney Harbour. Now, just as Miller's Point was excavated in the 19th century to provide materials for the heritage buildings of Sydney, Barangaroo Reserve has been constructed from sandstone extracted 100% directly from the site. But when we began, no one knew how to do this. We again looked at the headland foreshores of Sydney Harbour, where we found many beautiful examples of the eroded tidal sandstone bases. They are highly attractive for all kinds of recreation, from swimming, fishing, tide pooling, sunbathing, etc. And so we thought that Barangaroo would be successful if we could figure out how to recreate this waterside attraction. But how? How was the question? On one of our visits early in the project, we went to a place called Lang's Point Reserve, which had a natural tessellated sandstone phenomena where the stones have fallen in this geologic strike angle, which is specific to Sydney Harbour. We then thought that if you take manufactured blocks of sandstone, which come in large rectangles, and place them together in lines, then we might have a solution for a naturalistic outcome. We water jet blasted the stones to test the weathering effects. On the bottom left is a saw-cut stone, and in about 10 minutes with the water jet, the stone becomes eroded, as shown on the bottom right. We made scale models with specific sandstone block sizes to try and understand all of the different ways that the blocks could be set out. We took into consideration the 2 meters of tidal change, which made it very quickly clear that the foreshore space would never remain static. Then we were ready to understand more about how to construct this thing. A full-scale prototype was made on site to improve our understanding of how the large blocks could be moved into place, and the comfortable heights between blocks which would be accessible and attractive for people of all ages to play on them. Construction began at the north end of the site behind the existing concrete caissons. The stone was excavated from the middle of the site, processed to the correct dimensions of the plan, and placed in its final position at the perimeter. The 37,000 cubic meters of Sydney's iconic Hawkesbury sandstone that created the new foreshore was excavated from massive slabs, cut with 3-meter diameter blades to the size specifications defined by a 3D Revit model, and then each block barcoded and GPS located into their specific foreshore placements. The block sizes ranged from about 1.2 meters in width to up to 5 meters in length. Here I am with Chief Stonemason Troy Strati inspecting the quality of the first extracted stone blocks. The blocks were moved to a site stockpile and barcoded for their specific locations. On October 2013, the first blocks were placed at the north end of the site following the strike angle. It would take approximately 1 year to finish about 1 kilometer of shoreline. Blocks placed behind the existing caisson provided wave protection from the harbor during the construction process. As time passes, the 10,000 placed sandstone blocks will soften by exposure to sea, wind, and sun. After the new foreshore was placed, the concrete caissons were saw cut 3 meters below low tide and then removed to expose the first new Barangaroo foreshore on Sydney Harbor. Mature fig trees were then moved into the foreshore planting areas to provide shade and a more naturalistic effect. Simultaneously, other prototypes were being created for design review. Here we were checking the construction tolerances for the Nowie Cove Amphitheater. How to form a naturalistic rock outcropping. And our first installed rock outcropping on the right, which is less naturalistic, but rather mysterious. And a grand staircase where huge sandstone blocks rising from the foreshore flank a more refined sandstone step. The tessellated sandstone foreshore, earlier seen at Lang's Reserve in Watson's Bay, shown on the left during the design phase of the project, had now been realized at Barangaroo Reserve, shown on the right. The Barangaroo Reserve blocks are set out on the identical Sydney geologic strike angle, and the Barangaroo strike angle in its finished form. Thin slabs of sandstone arranged like shingles gently slope through the tidal zone and transition into slabs of terraced sandstone that create broad seat-height steps. All of the nearly 1 kilometer foreshore at the reserve has been designed to encourage people to get close to the water. The foreshore walk at Barangaroo Reserve is broad in scale in order to accommodate thousands of different users. See here, the 1836 wall separates bicycles and pedestrians. The adjacent sandstone provides thousands of unique variations leading down to the water, while the bush landscape defines the uphill side of the promenade. The primary entrance to the reserve at the north end of the park is marked by 3 solid sandstone entrance columns that are 5 meters tall. As you enter the park, the 1836 wall leads your eye out to the water. The foreshore promenade passes by several wide grassy beach areas where visitors can move out beyond the promenade and get closer to the water. There are just thousands of ways to use and experience the promenade. There's another broad grassy beach area where we moved some historical stones out onto this grass area. And the more architectural layout of the sandstone at Nowie Cove, which allows for regular waterside events to occur for up to 2,000 people, or for the enjoyment of smaller groups. The slope up to the upper bluff offers space for passive recreation. It's essentially a great lawn where the bush trees move out into the lawn landscape, out of the bush landscape. And at the entrance to the cutaway, we've created a playful star-shaped layout of historic stones in a field of lamandra, which is really inviting for children to play on and explore. This is one of the grand staircases adjacent to the cultural facility, one of 2 at the entrance at Nowie Cove. You can see how the blocks just move right up from the foreshore up to the top of the headland. At the Nowy Cove Amphitheater, you can see Duke's Pier on the left that becomes an entertainment stage, and the headland to the right. The headland formed by Nowy Cove dramatizes the many ways of experiencing the park. 3 pathways can be seen from this vista point at the Upper Bluff Path. The foreshore promenade below, and the signature Corten wall marking the bushwalk at the center. The intimately scaled bushwalk runs upslope from the foreshore promenade. Several small staircases meander up through the bush landscape, connecting the different levels. It's really an immersive bush experience with filtered views to the harbor, as we talked about in our exploration of the headlands around Sydney Harbor. Native planting completes this naturalistic foreshore composition. And here are park visitors enjoying the view from one of the grassy beaches. Barangaroo Reserve has become a new iconic landscape for Sydney, with this primary view of the Sydney Harbor Bridge. The design of the Barangaroo Reserve is a waterfront typology rarely seen adjacent to a highly urbanized central business district. Within Sydney's urban context, this naturalistic vocabulary falls within the noble tradition of great urban parks such as New York Central Park, as a completely manipulated idea of nature at a monumental scale. Barangaroo is extremely integrated into the historic fabric of the city and the harbor, and one of the most integrated concepts at the reserve itself is the dedication of the park as reparation to the indigenous community. This has a meaningful and physical significance to Sydney-siders, immersing visitors in a visual, emotional, and historic experience. The park is heavily programmed. Many events occur like this Indigenous performance at Nowy Cove, where the promenade becomes the stage. Nowy Cove is one of the great meeting places in the park. Or along the grand staircases as another way for people to watch people. The park has thousands of ways to be experienced by people of all ages, like yoga on Saturday mornings on top of the headland at the Stargazer Lawn, where the best views of the Sydney skyline can be seen, or a performance at Duke's Pier, as well as an interim event at the Cutaway, such as an Indigenous dance festival, and all in respect to the Aboriginal elders past and present. From the beginning, the City of Sydney has imagined Barangaroo as a great opportunity to showcase the city as a world leader in sustainability. Barangaroo's goal is to be the first precinct of its size in the world to be climate positive. Following the principles of the Clinton Climate Initiative, the project strives to be carbon neutral, water positive, generate zero waste, and enhance the well-being of the community. To achieve these goals, we recycled all existing site materials, including the concrete caissons as components for structural fill, and for the blending of topsoil from the sandstone quarry. All of the sandstone was extracted from the site to construct the foreshore, eliminating thousands of deliveries to the site. Planting was 100% native species. Marine and wildlife habitat has been promoted within the public domain. 100% of the water required for irrigation and a chilled harbor water cooling system is being recycled. In fact, it's aiming for net positive water, which means that the precinct is producing more clean water than it uses. There's enough on-site solar energy to support LED lighting systems for the entire public domain. The construction of Barangaroo Reserve has been a truly unique design construct process. On my more than 40 trips to Sydney over 6 years, I saw that everyone that became involved with the project, from design consultants, government officials, and people constructing the park, immediately became proud to be part of a legacy that would change the city forever. In conclusion, I hope that each of you can someday visit Sydney and experience Barangaroo for yourselves. Thank you very much.
Before letting you go, just thank you to all the presenters today for being punctual and being accurate in the timing of their presentations. Now it's lunch break, kind of a Spanish time and length of lunch break, so that the session will resume here at 3:15. Please be punctual. La sessió es reprendrà a 3:15, a les 3:15. Si us plau, puntualitat. Fins ara.